Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We're here live to cover the Republican Convention. But first, as part of our election coverage, bonus coverage, President Biden is about to speak. So we're going to have live coverage of Biden speaking and then coverage of the Republican Convention. Look at this. So Biden is about to speak at the Unidos U.S. annual conference. So we're going to bring you that live, and then we'll bring you the GOP convention live. The GOP convention, the Republican convention doesn't start for a couple hours, but I figured we'd come on the air and do this because it kind of works out okay. So with the timing. So we'll do both. It's supposed to start any time now, so I just have it on right here. And actually, I'm going to put up on the screen, it's in Las Vegas. See if I can get that up there. Let's see. I think I can get it up there. Oops. No, I got to do this. Las Vegas, Nevada. All right. So, anyways, in a very short, really any moment, because I think the official start time I think was 4, but I know these days to not go by the official start time. The official start time was. I'm opening it up here. The official start time was 4:30. Oh, well, you never know. We could be waiting for a little while then. I thought the official start time was 4. Anyway, the official start time was 4:30. But we're gonna watch this, and then after that, we'll go to coverage of the convention. How about that? I'm just getting kind of set up here, so give me a moment to get everything set up. But we're going to have live coverage for you. A lot of politics coverage tonight for you. Vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance will be speaking tonight. Okay? J.D. Vance. Do this here. I also have for you... I'm not going to show it yet, I don't think, but I do have, oops, that's not what I want to do. Why is that doing that? Hang on. What is going on with that? Oh, sorry. I have some footage from outside the convention too. But I'm going to hold off on that for right now. Yeah, so briefly, let me just show you outside the convention. Hang on. There is, I'll show you that in a second. Got to do one other quick thing here. Let's see here. We're going to do this. Okay, good. So there's the convention there. Why is this all messed up? Why is that messed up? Hang on. One moment here. Why is it like all weird? Do something real quick. I'm confused. Hold on. I don't know why it's tilted to one side. Why is it tilted to one side? Makes no sense. Anyways, I'll have to fix that. I'll fix that in a second. I don't know why it looks like that. But that's the convention. I'll say hello in a second. Sorry, I'm just getting things set up here. Didn't want to miss the start of it. Why is this like this? Might have to redo that. Let me do something real quick, guys. I'm going to do something real quick here. Something got a little messed up. We're going to try this. Let's try it this way. That should be better right there. That looks better. And what I'm going to do is move that down here. Okay, that's good. Get rid of this. Make this this. Oops, what did I do? Get rid of this. Get rid of this. I think we're good. I think we're good to go. So here is Biden. That's the Biden event. So we're waiting for Biden to speak, and we're looking at the convention. Oh, that's not Las Vegas, though. That's obvious. That's Milwaukee, not Las Vegas. So I got to take that off. That is live from Milwaukee. Sorry, the president is speaking in Las Vegas. Okay, so thank you. I think we're all set up. I think we're good to go. I appreciate you bearing with me for a minute. So we're going to watch President Biden speak in Las Vegas to the Unidos U.S. annual conference, which I believe is a Hispanic gathering, a gathering of a Hispanic group. I'll confirm that for you. I'll confirm that for you. I thought I read that. Latino, like for example, ABC News says Biden courts Latino voters at Las Vegas conference. So it's part of his outreach to the Latino community. So we're going to watch that before the convention. What is the Unidos U.S. annual conference? Let me look that up. It's one of the largest gatherings. This is the convention here. The event that Biden is speaking at is one of the largest gatherings of Latinos and allies committed to increasing opportunity and driving social justice for the Latino community. That is where Biden's about to speak. Hey everyone, good to see you. Good to see you. Let me say hi to some folks as we bring you live coverage. Put a little volume on there. You can see what's going on. This is Milwaukee right here. That's live right there. But that's the GOP convention. Hey, thanks to everybody for joining us. Thanks, Joe, for your support. And thank you, O'Greeley, for your support. Joe and O'Greeley, thank you. And thanks all of you for joining us. Oh, there's actually a stream on Agenda Free TV too? That's not supposed to be the case. It sure shouldn't be. I'm gonna have to, let me get rid of the one on Agenda Free TV too. Hang on, I gotta take a second and do this now. Hang on, I'll handle that first. Oh, there is one. I don't know why, yeah. Oh no, on Agenda Free TV too. That's weird. No, there's not one on Agenda Free TV 2. I'm looking at it right now. Oh, it says upcoming live stream. Yeah, I'll get rid of that on Agenda Free TV 2. That's an error. I'll get rid of that. Is that the one you're talking about? I'm looking at Agenda. There's nothing now upcoming on Agenda Free TV 2. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. We're waiting for Biden to start speaking. He will be speaking in Las Vegas to a Latino-oriented convention. He is supposed to speak at any moment. We're going to bring you Biden speaking live. How about that? I know Biden isn't speaking yet because I'm looking at a shot of that convention, the Latino-oriented convention in Las Vegas, and there's 3 women on stage speaking to each other. Hello to our moderators, by the way. Really appreciate you joining us. RJ, thanks for being there. Much appreciated. BZ is there. Thank you, BZ. Linda Belk and Larry on X. I assume we're live on X. I'll double check on my phone. But, oops, hang on. One moment, please. We got the X streaming going again. I can see our stream on X. Larry on X. Okay, good. Hello, everybody on X. Good to see you. Cool. So X is working. Thanks to our Twitch and Facebook moderators, too. On Twitch, I got that fire, Sarah and Papa Bear moderating. Thank you. There's a plane flying over here, I think. I don't know. And thanks to Margaret Riley for moderating. Thank you, Margaret. I appreciate that. Thank you. So this is Milwaukee, clearly, and that is live. What I'll do, I'm going to change this thing to just say live, and then I'll put it back later. Oh, I know what I can do. Hold on, I'll get the Milwaukee clock up there. That's what I should have up there. Okay, local time. There, Milwaukee time. 4:01. I'll take a few comments in the chat. So I think we're good to go now. We're going to show you Biden speaking, and then the Republican convention night 3. I believe Don Jr. is speaking tonight too. Sea Life says can't wait to hear Vance. J.D. Vance, vice presidential nominee, will be speaking tonight. Thank you, Zombie Demons, for watching from Massachusetts. Let's do one more thing here as we bring you live coverage. Live coverage, guys. Thanks, Louise P., for your kind words. Yes, Amiz, the stream just started. The stream just started. Boss Play says Donald Trump Jr. is supposed to be on stage tonight. Yes. Yes, he is. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I don't think you can see me right now. Oh my gosh. Crazy technical issues going on here, guys. Hang on a moment. Let's see if I can get the camera going. Gee whiz. Gee whiz. Hopefully I don't have to start a new stream. It's just ridiculous. Why is that not working? Why is that not working? Let me at least see if I can get Biden up on the screen. You can hear me. Yeah, it's just craziness here. Craziness over here. Crazy. What a week it's been with all the technical weirdness. Okay, so let's do this. That might work. Hang on, hang on. Hang on, folks. Okay, that's working. I think. I think that's working. At least you can see Biden and hear. You can see the Biden thing and hear me. Okay, that's promising. Now I have to get the camera working. The camera isn't even working. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Well, at least you can hear me. My goal is to get the camera working again. We had a power outage. Crazy. It's been one of those weeks, guys. It's been one of those weeks. Why is this not working? All right, hang on, I got to check something out here. I'm going to check something out, but keep watching. We'll do our best. We'll do our best to fix this on the fly. Okay, that is working. That is working. So why are you not seeing anything? Apologies for the technical difficulties. Can you guys hear? You can hear me, right? Yeah. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Trying to get the camera work. Everything like blacked out. And the camera's on, but for some reason you can't see the camera. So weird. Nope, you can't see that. Let me try something else real quick. I'm going to put something on the screen saying, Steve back in a minute, fixing camera. Okay, so we'll put this on screen. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'm going to try to fix this right now. I think you can see me again. I think you can see me again. Right? What a week this has been. There's been all of these issues this week, all of these technical problems. It's just crazy. I completely lost power in the studio for a second. All right. Biden's not speaking yet. I'm really sorry, guys. We have had, this week, there have been so many technical problems. Surprised the internet is even working. Lucky that's working again. All right, hang on. Let me just get everything set. Let me get everything sorted out here. I have no idea why the power went off. The power never goes off. Just went off in the studio. For no reason. Not doing anything different here than I normally do. Okay. Anyways, but the broadcast is still going. All right, so let's get everything organized again. Okay, I got that open. I got that open. Welcome back, everyone. I should post on social media. No, it's weird. It was like just this room. That's the weird thing. But I didn't do anything different in here. Tom Winter reports that NBC News is reporting the FBI has conducted over 200 interviews, reviewed over 14,000 images, and as of now, no motive can be established for the Trump shooting, according to FBI Director Wray in a congressional briefing. No, it's not the internet. I literally, about 15 minutes ago, I lost power in the studio. I just lost power. But it's back now. Everything's going. All right, hold on. I mean, it's like 90 degrees here, so I don't know if that has something to do with it. But anyways, let me post on our social media that we're live again. Maybe I'll do that. If we lose it again, that's going to be a real problem because I don't know what's going on. Again, I'm not doing anything different than I normally do. Hey, thanks Jared Scott for your support and the Ghostmore girls. Let me just post that we're still live on our social media as we wait for Biden to speak. Biden was supposed to speak at 4:30. It's now 5:19. Okay. All right. So we are here. We're live. What will happen? What exciting technical difficulty will happen next this week? It'll be fun to see. Anyways, I appreciate you sticking with the broadcast. Let's hope it's difficulty free for the rest of the day, but I'm not assuming it'll be. Anyways, we are bringing you tonight coverage of the Republican Convention. And first, while we're waiting, we're going to show you President Biden speaking to it's a Latino conference in Las Vegas. And he's going to be speaking there, and that is the Unidos U.S. Conference, and that's coming up really any moment now, it should be. I see the podium there. So any moment now, we're going to hear from Biden, and then after that, we'll go over to the Republican Convention. And the Republican Convention, the first speakers are at 6 Eastern, okay? GOP Convention at 7 ET. 7 ET, 6 Central Time is when the Republican convention starts. That's when the speakers start. Maybe the first speaker will be at 6 Central Time. Okay? Hey, thank you, Nick Blackbird, for your support. Thank you. Some of the speakers tonight will be at the convention. Obviously, the last 3 speakers in the final hour, the 3 speakers in the final hour from 9 to 10 Central will be Donald Trump Jr., Usha Vance, the wife of J.D. Vance, and then J.D. Vance, vice presidential nominee. Those are the last 3 speakers. And we'll also be hearing tonight from Newt Gingrich, Nancy Mace, Ronnie Jackson, Matt Gaetz, just to name a few. Rick Grenell, Governor Greg Abbott, Doug Burgum, Kellyanne Conway, Kimberly Guilfoyle, and others will all be speaking tonight. And Peter Navarro is speaking. Hey, thanks, Def, for your support. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't really know what happened. We somehow tripped a breaker. But the weird thing is, like, I'm not doing anything different than I normally do. Doing the exact same broadcast the same way I always do it. So I shouldn't be tripping any breakers. Biden is about to start. I can see the podium. I can't show you the podium, but I can see the podium. Yes, as Lexa Fulmer says, the last night of the convention is tomorrow night. Former President Trump will be speaking tomorrow night. Carol O'Neill says, these are strange times. No, J.D. Vance's wife has not spoken yet. She's going to speak tonight before he speaks. Yes, and you know, one of our viewers, Riri Patton, says, good point by Riri Patton. Peter Navarro just got out of prison today. He was in federal prison on contempt of Congress charges and served 4 months in a low-security facility in Miami. So Peter Navarro just got out of prison. ABC News says that Navarro was in prison for refusing to provide testimony and documents to the House Select Committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol. So he just got out today. Thank you, Nick Blackbird. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. Again, we are waiting for President Biden to speak. Sorry for the delay. Looks like he's going to, the official start time was 4:30. Looks like he'll be coming on about an hour late, but it's almost an hour late now because it's 5:25. Melania is speaking tomorrow? Is that true? I heard she was going to be there. I didn't hear she was going to speak. Now she's going to be there. I saw reported tomorrow, but not, I didn't see she was speaking. I don't know for sure. Yeah, like the Hill says, Melania and neither Melania nor Ivanka are listed among the speakers. So she's not supposed to speak. Hey, thanks PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships. Thank you. And our member TLR, thank you. Okay. We are still waiting for President Biden to come on and speak at the Unidos U.S. Annual Conference in Las Vegas. To repeat, the Unidos U.S. Conference, to repeat, is, according to the conference, one of the largest gatherings of Latinos and allies committed to increasing opportunity and driving social justice for the Latino community. They say the event is sold out. Unidos is united because Estados Unidos is United States. Oh, thanks to the Prepared Ranch as well. It's really nice of you. The Prepared Ranch, thank you. The Prepared Ranch. The timing might actually work out pretty well because he's going to speak soon, and by the time he's off, we'll be close to the start of the GOP convention, Republican convention. So you'll get to see both. One after the other. How big is the venue it's at? I don't know. I got to look up and see where that convention is. The convention is at the MGM Grand. Now, I don't know what the capacity is of whatever room they're in or whatever hall they're in, but this is at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas. And I can tell you, I'm looking at a shot of the podium. The podium is ready to go. There's nobody else on stage. One of the viewers mentioned in some politics news, Adam Schiff, who is expected to become a senator in the election in California, he called for Biden to step aside and not run today. Politico says Adam Schiff called on Biden to pass the torch and step aside. Politico thinks it's a move that could jumpstart more calls from other elected Democrats for Biden to step aside. Still waiting for Biden to start speaking. Hey, thanks. One Way Street is modding for us too. One Way Street's helping us out modding. Thanks, One Way Street. I appreciate that. Take some more comments from you guys here. You can write to me on X, at Lookner on X is where you can reach me. We are waiting for Biden to speak. Bonus coverage. This is a campaign appearance. Why is he speaking? It's a campaign appearance. I believe it is. I don't know. I mean, it's on the White House site, but that would be my guess. Yeah, I mean, like the headline on AP is Biden courts Latino voters at Las Vegas conference. So, you know. The Hill says Biden courts Latino voters in speech at annual Unidos U.S. conference. Las Vegas Review-Journal. Biden to address Latino voters on the Strip. Thanks to our member Eliza Jane. Thanks also, hey, Who Shot JR? Thanks for the on-screen celebration. The RNC, it says GOP convention after. Should I say RNC convention after? Yeah, I'll leave it up there. After Biden speaks, we'll go to the convention, which has not started yet, which won't start till after that. He really should be starting soon. I mean, really. I'm not lying to you. Oh, I see people milling around there. But again, the official start time was 4:30. So it's an hour and 3 minutes later. You know what I'll do is I'll post the speaker schedule in the chat. That's what I'll do. Speaker schedule. I'm posting it in the chat now. So you can see the schedule for the Republican convention tonight. I just posted it. I'm going to pin it. Now maybe I just pinned it on YouTube. I'm going to pin it on Twitch now so you guys can see it there. If it comes up there. Did it come up in Twitch? I don't see it yet. Did it come up in Facebook? What happened? Did I not post it on the right place? I thought I did. Where's my message? Why didn't it get posted? Oh, hey, Facebook mods, could you possibly do that thing where you combine the rules in the speaker convention, in the speaker schedule, and post and pin that instead of just the rules, so people can see it? That'd be awesome. Let me just post it in the Twitch chat here. Why it didn't end up there, I don't know. Probably did pin. Oh, it's already pinned. Oh, sorry. Sarah pinned it. Thanks. I guess it did appear there. Okay, wonderful. Sorry if you're on Twitch. I can't pin it there, but the other platforms you can go look at the speaker schedule. The actual convention, I'm going to say at 7 ET. I'm going to put it up there. How's that? There you go. President Biden about to speak. GOP convention at 7 ET. There. That makes more sense. Now you know. Bringing you live coverage tonight. Hang on a moment here. Hey, thanks, the Ghostmore Girls. That's very nice of you, the Ghostmore Girls. I really appreciate your support and your comment. Thank you, the Ghostmore Girls. Yes, Ted Cruz spoke last night. Glenn Thrush, who is with the New York Times, says FBI officials speaking with members of Congress said the Trump rally shooters' search history on electronic devices included images of public figures, including Trump and Biden, along with dates of Trump appearances and the DNC in Chicago, according to a person who was on the call. There was also a report, and I don't really have details about it now, so I'm not going to read into it too much. Excuse me. Fox News' Aisha Hasni said that a source familiar with Secret Service briefing with senators tells me a timeline shared with them reveals Secret Service was aware of a threat about 10 minutes before Trump walked on stage and still let him on stage. Now, the thing about that is, well, what were they aware of? You know, it sounds really bad to say the Secret Service was aware of a threat 10 minutes before Trump went on stage and they still let him on stage. Well, what they could have been aware of is a lot of different things. I mean, somebody could have called the cell phone and said, like, hey, I'm going to show up there in 10 minutes or something, right? And they might just think that's like a crank call, you know, or something like you can imagine certain threatening information they would have gotten, well, they would have been like, well, that's just like not really reliable information. So I would like to know more, if this is true, I'd like to know more, what was the nature of the information that the Secret Service knew 10 minutes before Trump went on stage? That I don't know. So I'm sure we'll find out more. Hey, thanks, Eliza Jane, for your support. I just don't want to start rushing to conclusions. Yeah, Jessica McBride sent me this from Marsha Blackburn, who's a Republican senator, who said, I just got off a briefing with the Secret Service and FBI. I'm appalled to learn the Secret Service knew about a threat prior to President Trump walking on stage. I have no confidence in the leadership of Director Cheadle, and I believe it's in the best interest of the nation if she steps down for her position. Again, I don't know. I'd like to hear from the Secret Service before I start drawing grand conclusions. So maybe it'll turn out that I'm like, wow, I can't believe they knew that 10 minutes before. But I'd like to know exactly what it is they supposedly knew. All right, Biden was supposed to speak. The original start time was scheduled to be 4:30. Now it's 5:40. So I'm guessing it'll be soon. Jennifer Gibson says her qualifications were working for security for Pepsi. Well, I actually think, wasn't she like a long-time Secret Service agent before that? Yeah, before joining Pepsi, Kimberly Cheadle served for 27 years in the U.S. Secret Service. Just to be clear. So her resume before working as the director of the Secret Service was not just senior director of global security at PepsiCo. By the way, she wasn't like a bottler at PepsiCo. She was senior director of global security. But at the same time, before that, she worked for 27 years for the Secret Service, just to be clear. Guys, our plan is to bring you the Biden remarks, the Biden speech at the Unidos U.S. annual conference where he's going to be addressing Latino voters. And then after that, we're going to bring you the night 3 of the Republican convention. How about that? How about that? I do have footage from the convention, by the way. There's the convention. That's a live shot of the convention. But we're waiting for Biden to speak. Maybe I'll do it this way. Can we show you both? Hold on. Biden here. What I'll do, just for the fun of it, We'll do that. Put this down here. I'll put that right there. Oops. And then when Biden speaks, I'll make that full screen. How does that sound? We'll do it that way so you can see both of them at once. You can see all the excitement. Yep, dual screen AFTV. What's the lineup for today? I posted the lineup at the top of the chat on every platform except for X. Go to the top of the chat, you can see the lineup. I posted a whole document there for you. Did we manage to pin it on Facebook mods? I don't know if it's pinned there. Man, you know, we're getting close enough. We're getting close enough. Biden is coming on late enough that it's possible that his speech will run into the start of the convention. So if somehow Biden's speech conflicts with the start of the convention, we'll go to the start of the convention. The convention starts at 7 Eastern time. But it's 5:43 Eastern right now. Thanks again to all of our moderators who are here. Cynthia Moon, One Way Street, Ruth Krafasi, Linda Belk and Larry, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, thank you. Valerie Gale Griffin, thank you for being there. And Bastion Girl, Serrero, LB Prairie Dawn, Sarah, and Papa Bear. Bring you live, kind of double coverage right now. Hopefully the power doesn't go out again. We lost power, but we managed to keep the stream going. But the last three speakers tonight are Don Jr., then Usha Vance, J.D. Vance's wife, then J.D. Vance. Appreciate you joining tonight. So I'm keeping my eye out because I just expect Trump to, I expect Biden to come on at any time. Really. So I'm trying to like keep an eye out for it. I got my eye on a different shot showing the podium. Oh, Kate Santalese with NBC News says Senator Bob Menendez, who has just been found guilty of corruption charges, he will resign. Okay. NBC News is reporting that Senator Bob Menendez is going to resign, ending a decades-long career in Congress after being convicted on federal corruption charges. He's a Democrat, by the way. That is from NBC News. How about that? He was convicted on 16 counts. He could go to jail, I believe. It sounds like from what I'm reading, it's quite possible he will go to prison, Menendez. I don't know how much. He hasn't been sentenced yet. Yes, one of our viewers said, I heard his wife had breast cancer. His wife was charged. Her trial has been postponed while she is receiving treatment for breast cancer, says Politico. He faces a maximum of over 200 years, but I'm reading, Politico says he's unlikely to get the maximum sentence. Well, we're still waiting for Biden to speak, guys. I'm sorry for the delay. I wouldn't have rushed on the air so fast if I knew it was going to be such a delay, because the official start time for his speech was 4:30, and it's now 5:48. 4:30 Eastern time, by the way, I mean. Not 4:30 Vegas time. Oh, they changed it. They updated it. You know what they did? They changed it to from 4:30 Eastern time to 5:30 Eastern time, but it's 5:48. But just so you know, they updated on the website. They changed it from 4:30 to 5:30. But it's now 5:48. They're still late. It's 5:48. Gee whiz. I mean, there's a world in which, like, he comes on so late that we can't even cover it. That'd be pretty late, though. Anyways, it was not my intention to come on, like, multiple hours before I could show you anything. Oh, World on Fire said someone at the Biden speech said, "We appreciate your patience. We will be with you shortly." Is that true? I mean, people there have been waiting for a while. I thought it was originally supposed to be 4, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I mean, in that room where the Biden speech was supposed to happen at the MGM Grand in Vegas, people are just kind of standing and talking and hanging out. You can write to me on X at Lookner. Silent Ninja says, I've been watching it live and I hadn't heard anybody say anything. So maybe nobody, I don't know if somebody said something there. Silent Ninja says, I've been watching a live shot and nobody has said anything. I have the White House feed posted there, but you can't see the room in the White House feed yet. Red Silk says, I wish I was in Vegas. I also don't know, what is the theme tonight? Does anyone know what the theme is tonight? What's the theme for night 3? Strong again? Oh, making America strong again. Good job, viewer. CBS News says Wednesday's theme is Make America Strong Again. Make America Strong Once Again. The theme is a nod to foreign policy in the U.S. position on the world stage. Okay, there you go. There you go. So foreign policy talk tonight. You know, I might take 1 minute here. I might take a 1-minute break. If you can bear with me, guys, I'm just going to take a 1-minute break here. I need 1 minute. If I can find my text here. Just give me 1 minute. That's obviously way too big. Steve will be back in 1 minute. Put this right there. Okay, I'm coming back and I'm just disappearing for 1 minute. Hang on. We won't miss the start of Biden. He's not speaking yet. So we'll be back. We're waiting for Biden to speak and the start of the convention. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. Thanks for your patience, everyone. I'm back. We're live. We're still waiting for Biden to speak. Oh my gosh. Actually, I think the convention starts at 6:45. You know that? I believe the convention starts at 6:45 ET. So we might only be able to see part of Biden's speech. Again, Biden was originally supposed to speak either at 4 or 4:30 Eastern Time. It's now 5:56. I did not think when I came on the air today that we were going to have a conflict between Biden's speech and the start of the convention. Can we skip Biden's speech? Well, we're not going to skip it if the convention... if it's a choice between watching Biden's speech and looking at Fiserv Forum like this, I'm certainly going to show Biden's speech. But we're not going to miss the start of the convention, don't worry. We'll leave his speech early if we have to. Oh, thank you to Crypto King. Hey, Crypto King, thanks for shouting out the mods. Andrew says, have you seen all the people fired or quitting for saying things about the shooting Home Depot person and school teacher. I haven't heard about them. There was a congressional aide who posted something that their boss didn't like, and they got let go. I think is it Kyle Gass? Kyle from the band Tenacious D. His agency let him go because he said something about it. I'm not aware of the Home Depot person and the school teacher. Newsweek says a Home Depot cashier got fired over a Facebook comment about Trump shooting. That's what Newsweek says. They basically were saying on their comment that that they had wished that Trump had been hit more in a more damaging way. And then Home Depot posted the person no longer works there. Look, it's if you work for an employer, you can be subject to some of them have policies about what kind of stuff you can put on your social media. I'm not telling you what to think about anybody getting fired. I'm just saying that can happen. I'm not aware there's anything illegal about Home Depot doing that. Thanks, Andrew, for mentioning it. Thank you, Andrew. I'm looking at the conference that Biden is supposed to be speaking at, that he's now at least an hour and a half late for. Again, I don't know why. Maybe it's possible that maybe his travel got delayed or something. I don't know. But there's still people just standing in the room. It's at the MGM Grand in Vegas, and there's just people standing there. They're not even sitting yet. Well, we're only about 45 minutes away from the start of the GOP convention. No, the person in Tenacious D who got in some hot water was not Jack Black. It was the other person. Kyle, I think it is. Kyle Gass. For example, Rolling Stone says Tenacious D's Kyle Gass dropped by agent after controversial Trump joke. Gass on stage in Australia recently said, "Don't miss Trump next time." That's what Kyle Gass said. In the aftermath of that, Jack Black, the other member of Tenacious D, announced the band would cancel all of its remaining tour dates and pause future creative plans. That is from Rolling Stone. No, Biden hasn't spoken yet. We're literally that blue square. That blue rectangle on the screen, that is the White House live feed. So if he speaks, it'll just come up on there. He still hasn't. I don't know why it's so late. He is over an hour and a half late. Again, I just assume it's some kind of travel thing or something. You never know. He's the president, so maybe he had a delay and had to talk to somebody about X, Y, or Z or whatever. So I can't speak to that. I haven't heard about anything big. Hey, thanks, Back Garden Astronomy. Johnny in Northern Ireland. Oh, hold on. Hang on, guys. We got it. We got the video. We got Biden. We got Biden. Hold on. Hey, thanks, Back Garden Astronomy from Ireland. I appreciate it. Look.
Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for your patience and understanding. Regrettably...
What? What? He's not speaking?
I was just on the phone with President Biden, and he shared his deep disappointment at not being able to join us this afternoon. The president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID. So, of course, we understand that he needs to take the precautions that have been recommended, and he did not obviously want to put anybody at risk. He said to tell my folks that we're not going to get rid of him that quickly. We're going to have a chance to hear from him in the future directly. He's just really sorry he couldn't be with us, and obviously we share that disappointment, but we've seen how COVID has still impacted many in our community still, and we understand that he needs to take the steps he needs to take to not just protect himself, but to protect all of us. So we appreciate very much his wanting to have been here. I had a great introduction for him, reminding us of all the actions that he's taken on behalf of our community and the way that they have helped advance our interests and status. And, well, we're just disappointed we won't hear from him directly today.
Wow.
But we as a Latino community know how to move on. And we're going to recapture our program. And we've got an incredible plenary planned around housing and home ownership. I hope you'll take advantage of being able to go to that plenary. And then, of course, we've got a wonderful gala this evening planned with some incredible honorees that we'll be presenting awards to. And so, again, it's been a wonderful conference. Really appreciate everyone's patience and understanding.
Breaking news.
And
breaking news.
I am.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first.
Call me himself. I know it was really important for him to relay his disappointment, but we'll move on and we'll have a great rest of the conference, and we're going to make sure we continue to mobilize and engage our community in the weeks and months ahead to understand how important these elections are. Adelante. Muchísimas gracias.
Forward. Much thank you. Well, there you go. Breaking news. Biden had, that's so weird. So first of all, my best to Biden, President Biden. I hope he recovers from testing positive for COVID and whatever kind of symptoms he has. The weird thing is, he was supposed to speak in Vegas at like 4:30. And this was announced at 6. And didn't she say she just got off the phone with him? Also, didn't she say he was in Washington, D.C.? So he just never left. So how did she just find that out? I don't understand. If he hadn't gotten on a plane, did she say he called from D.C.? Let me rewind this for a second. You see what I'm saying? I'm confused. Wouldn't they have known he wasn't speaking before if he had never gotten on a plane to begin with?
And not being able to join us, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID.
He just did?
So, of course, we understand.
Hold on.
That he needs to. He shared his deep.
Hold on. This was moments ago. Moments ago. This is moments ago.
I was just on the phone with President Biden, and he shared his deep disappointment at not being able to join us this afternoon. The president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID. So, of course, we understand that he needs to take the precautions that have been recommended, and he did not obviously want to put anybody at risk. He said to tell my folks that we're not going to get rid of him that quickly. We're going to have a chance to hear from him in the future directly. He's just really sorry he couldn't be with us, and obviously we share that disappointment, but we've seen how COVID has still impacted many in our community still, and we understand that he needs to take the steps he needs to take to not just protect himself, but to protect all of us. So we appreciate.
Let me rewind this. So did she say he was calling from D.C.? Hold on. What did she say right at the start? Right at the start, what did she say?
Noon. And I was just on the phone with President Biden, and he
Hold on.
so much for your patience and understanding.
Maybe she didn't say D.C.
I was just on the phone with President Biden, and he shared his deep disappointment at not being able to join us this afternoon. The president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID. So, of course, we understand that he needs to take the precautions that have been recommended, and he did not obviously want to put anybody at risk. He said to tell my folks that we're not going to get rid of him that quickly. We're going to have a chance to hear from him in the future directly. He's just really sorry he couldn't be with us, and obviously we share that disappointment, but we've seen how COVID has still impacted many in our community still.
All right, so I have a couple questions here. First of all, does he have symptoms? Does Biden have symptoms? I'll see if I can find anything out. So he was supposed to speak in Vegas at this conference with Latino voters at like 4:30 Eastern time, and he just hadn't spoken by 6. He was at least an hour and a half late. And it's possible it was supposed to start even at 4, but I'm not sure. But definitely at least by 4:30. And then she just announced, like, at like 6:02 Eastern time that she had just talked to him and he had just tested positive for COVID. So is he have symptoms? Is that going to affect his campaigning? What's going on? Let me see if I can find anything out. Hang on. Let me see if I can find anything out. But he literally, so maybe he was in Vegas. Was he in Vegas or not? I don't know if he was in Vegas or not. I haven't seen it. I'm trying to find out. I haven't seen it for sure said whether he's in Vegas. Let me actually change our headline. Biden tests positive for COVID, cancels speech. Convention soon. Here, how's that? How's that? How's that headline? That's better. So the speech is not happening. Breaking news. How about that? Andrew Schlegel. Yeah, so good point by Andrew Schlegel. Andrew says, why would we not be told this by the White House? So it is interesting, Andrew. I agree, it's a good point. It's interesting that we heard about this from the person who's like speaking at I don't know, maybe she's an official with the UNIDA's conference. But that's who we heard it from. We heard it from her. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks also for Crypto King for your support. And Boomer Wow. Boomer Wow says, why wouldn't he have canceled earlier? Yeah, I'm a little confused on the timing. It seems like strange. It seems strange And the only, I mean, look, he does go to events late, but like, would they, so the idea is like, do they test him right before he walks out or something? Because, I mean, this was an hour and a half, at least, after the event was supposed to start. So, did he start feeling sick an hour ago? One of our viewers says it can hit you instantly. So, yes, the White House has not yet commented on this. Breaking news, Caitlin Collins from CNN says the White House has not yet commented on this. So I agree with our viewer, Andrew Schlegel. It's very, very, oh, by the way, there's a typo. There is a typo in our headline, breaking news, breaking headline. The headline is broken. I didn't notice that before, sorry. There we go. So we heard that Biden had COVID from this person at the conference where he was supposed to speak. So how can we hear it from her before the White House? I totally agree. It's so strange. And she said she heard it from Biden on the phone. Oh, we got the statement. Breaking news, we got the statement. We got the statement. We got the White House statement, guys. We got the White House statement. Breaking news. Breaking news. We got the White House statement for you. I'm going to put it on right now. Here it is. Vivian Salama posted it. Oops. One moment. I'm going to show you the statement. Hang on. There it is. Too many things going on here. So much breaking news. Vivian Salama is with Wall Street Journal. Look, statement from the press secretary. Earlier today, following his first event in Las Vegas, President Biden tested positive for COVID. I guess he was in Vegas. He is vaccinated and boosted, and he is experiencing mild symptoms. He will be returning to Delaware, where he will self-isolate and will continue to carry out all his duties fully during that time. The White House will provide regular updates on the president's status as he continues to carry out the full duties of the office while in isolation. Well, I guess he's not going to be campaigning for a little while. Note from the president's doctor. Let's read the note from the president's doctor. Again, Vivian Salama posted this. The note from the president's doctor says, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. It says, the president presented this afternoon with upper respiratory symptoms to include runny nose and non-productive cough with general malaise. I think malaise is, well, let me see if I can get a medical definition of that. Malaise definition. I'm Googling it. General feeling of discomfort, says Google. Discomfort, illness, or uneasiness. So starting this afternoon, he had a non-productive cough, a runny nose, and general feeling uneasy. He felt okay for his first event of the day, but given that he was not feeling better, point-of-care testing for COVID-19 was conducted in Vegas, and the results were positive for COVID. Given this, the president will be self-isolating in accordance with CDC guidance for symptomatic individuals. PCR confirmation testing will be pending. His symptoms remain mild. His respiratory rate is normal at 16, his temperature is normal at 97.8, and his pulse oximetry is normal at 97%. The president has received its first dose of Paxlovid, which that's to like make symptoms less, right? He will be self-isolating at home in Rehoboth, Delaware. Paxlovid is... Yale Medicine says Paxlovid is an oral antiviral pill, the go-to treatment for COVID-19. If you take it, if you are at high risk for severe disease from COVID and you take it for the first 5 days of experiencing symptoms, it will lower your risk of getting so sick you need to be hospitalized. That's from Yale Medicine. So Paxlovid is something you take when you get COVID to keep your symptoms from getting really bad. That's the idea of why you take it. Okay? So, wow. Breaking news. Breaking news. Can you believe it? I wasn't expecting that. I hope he feels better. Thank you to Rule for your support, by the way. Appreciate it, Rule. So let's show you again. I want to show you again what happened earlier. Oh, hold on one second. Hang on one moment here. One moment here. All right, guys, I'm just going to play you what happened in Las Vegas. Hold on a second. Let me put that on the screen for you. I need to take 1 minute here while I play you what happened in Las Vegas. Here. All right. We're gonna play this. This was moments ago in Las Vegas. We're gonna play this for you.
He did not. So he had many events, as we all know, and he. Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for your patience and understanding. Regrettably, I was just on the phone with President Biden, and he shared his deep disappointment at not being able to join us this afternoon. The president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID. So, of course, we understand that he needs to take the precautions that have been recommended, and he did not obviously want to put anybody at risk. He said to tell my folks that we're not going to get rid of him that quickly. We're going to have a chance to hear from him in the future directly. He's just really sorry he couldn't be with us. And obviously, we share that disappointment, but we've seen how COVID has still impacted many in our community still, and we understand that he needs to take the steps he needs to take to not just protect himself, but to protect all of us. So we appreciate very much his wanting to have been here. I had a great introduction for him, reminding us of all the actions that he's taken on behalf of our community and the way that they have helped advance our interests and status. And, well, we're just disappointed we won't hear from him directly today. But what we as a Latino community know how to move on. And we're going to recapture our program. And we've.
Okay, so you heard that announcement. And again, let me show you now, once again, this is the statement posted by the White House and the White House doctor, and the president's doctor. I got this screenshot from Vivian Salama. And let me show you this right here. It says there. The press secretary says, earlier today, following his first event in Las Vegas, President Biden tested positive for COVID. He is vaccinated and boosted, and he is experiencing mild symptoms. He will be returning to Delaware, where he will self-isolate and will continue to carry out all of his duties fully during that time. The White House will provide regular updates on the president's status as he continues to carry out the full duties of the office while in isolation. So no campaign stops for the time being. And then I also want to, let me just look at the doctor's note here. The doctor's note says, the president presented this afternoon with upper respiratory symptoms to include runny nose and non-productive cough and a general malaise, feeling of like discomfort or unease. He felt okay for his first event of the day, but given that he was not feeling better, point-of-care testing for COVID was conducted, and the results were positive for the COVID virus. Given this, the president will be self-isolating in accordance with CDC guidance for symptomatic individuals. PCR confirmation testing will be pending. His symptoms remain mild. His respiratory rate is normal at 16. His temperature is normal at 97.8. And his pulse oximetry is normal at 97%. The president has received his first dose of Paxlovid, which you take when you get COVID to prevent you from getting severe symptoms, to help prevent that. He will be self-isolating at his home in Rehoboth, Delaware. There you go. There you go. Wow, breaking news. We got that to you live. You heard it here first. I mean, you heard it here as soon as anyone else, because we were listening to her speak and she just said it. Wow. Well, I hope he feels better. Let me see if I can get you any updates on this situation. The convention is in about 20 minutes. Oh, I have another update here. Mika Solner of Punchbowl, she reported that the Secret Service told the House and Senate that the Trump rally shooter visited the rally site days in advance. I hadn't heard that before. Again, Mika Solner of Punchbowl News said the Secret Service today, I guess it was today, told the House and Senate that the shooter visited the rally site days in advance. You know, so I don't know how long Biden won't be campaigning for, and look, I mean, you can get COVID at any age. But I mean, it's not great PR for him. Oh, there's a video of him walking onto the plane. I don't have that video, but CNN is showing a video of him walking up the stairs to Air Force One and getting on the plane. But, it's not, I don't think it's great publicity if he's fighting this perception among many voters that he's too old. Even though, I mean, again, anybody at any age can get COVID. Steve Herman, who is he is a national correspondent and I believe a former White House journalist. Yeah, because Steve Herman has actually appeared at a bunch of White House briefings. He's with VOA. He posted what one of our viewers posted, Andrew. He said, very surprising, this was announced by the conference before the White House issued a statement or informed the traveling press pool in Las Vegas. It was very strange. The person speaking at the convention announced it before the White House announced it. It was really weird. Wow, guys. So, I mean, hopefully he gets better real soon. He has mild symptoms. He's going to be isolating. But, when there's only so many more days left in the campaign, and there's certainly a bunch of people out there concerned about his age and his fitness level. So, I don't think it's the greatest publicity thing for the campaign. Anyways, Budget Girl, thank you, Budget Girl. Budget Girl says, people waiting should hear from him, not the media. Maybe he will release a statement at some point. One of our viewers, Colleen, says, does his staff and security force isolate too? That I do not know. I don't know. Let me take you on over to the live shot of the convention from outside, the outdoor shot of the convention. Let me show you that. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. So much going on. One thing after another. There is the live shot of outside of the convention. The convention's going to start. The convention is in about 20 minutes, 5:45 local time. So we're going to be covering the convention for you. J.D. Vance, the vice president nominee, is going to be speaking tonight at the end of the evening, introduced by his wife. By the way, CNN once again is showing that shot of Biden climbing the steps of the plane. of Air Force One. And Donald Trump Jr. is going to be speaking tonight. A bunch of others. I have pinned a list of speakers to the top of the chat. I don't know if it's there on Facebook. If not, maybe the Facebook moderators can post the link to it. But we're going to start, that's going to start in about 17 and a half minutes. And of course, I'll be looking for more information on President Biden's case of COVID. But that was really something. We're waiting for the speech to start, and the person speaking at the podium said he's not going to be here. He tested positive for COVID. Noah says, how do you announce something like that after he's already running so late? Yeah, it's kind of the time. I mean, again, I don't know if he had literally just tested positive. Just kind of a weird timing, because again, it happened over 90 minutes after the speech was supposed to start.
Compete.
Well, hold on. Whoa. I'm getting weird sound stuff. Weird sound stuff. We're good. Now we're good. Give me 1 moment. 1 moment, please. 1 moment, folks. Let me just deal with something here. So I will be looking for updates on his COVID. Breaking news. See? You got some breaking news, guys. We heard it first here. Right as they announced it, we heard it live. Kelly Smith says, these are some amazing times. Haven't seen an election this exciting since Reagan in '80. All kinds of twists and turns. Obviously, we don't want more violence, especially. Violence is not good. People getting sick isn't good. Thank you, Kelly Smith, for your support. Thanks also to ZWebForcast for subscribing on Twitch. eBiker, thanks for your support. eBiker says it's 110 in Vegas. It is 111 degrees in Las Vegas right now, according to Google. Thank you, Rocky Coats, for your support as well. And Who Shot JR, thank you. Also, Carlos, what happened here? Oh, that's the footage. That's the footage, not me. Okay, I think the footage just ended. Oh no? Let's see. They might have an issue with their footage. Or they might have just ended this live shot. I think they ended the live shot. Yeah, I think they ended the live shot because they're going to go inside. That's what in a moment we're getting the inside shot. That's what happened. So that was the outdoor shot, and in just a minute or two, I guess, we're going to be getting the indoor shot. That's why that ended. Great. Okay. So any moment now, I'll have the indoor shot to give you from the convention. I forgot what I was going to say. I can't remember. Anyways. Z Samba says the politics are just nonstop chaos now. If you missed it, President Biden had to cancel his speech at the last minute, well after the speech was supposed to start in Vegas, to a convention with lots of Latino voters. Oop! I got the shot. I got the live shot because he tested positive for COVID and has mild symptoms, and he's flying back to Delaware to isolate. Okay, hey guys, check it out. We got live shot. We're live. We're live at the convention, night 3. Live at the convention. Jude says, just when you're thinking you've seen it all. It's what, 4 years after the start of the pandemic. Over 4 years. Because it was like the beginning of 2020. So 4 years later, we have President Biden getting COVID and having to cancel a campaign event. Man. Thanks to our member Pixel Panda. Pixel Panda says, what a streak of bad luck for Biden. It's not good luck. And also, how long is he going to be not able to campaign for? I don't know if Jill was with him today. I am just checking for any more information on this. Maybe we'll get some more information about Biden tonight. I don't know. Again, mild symptoms. Mild symptoms. I have an update here from Andrew Desiderio, who is with Punchbowl News. He said... oh, this is from a couple hours ago. I had missed this. I posted one of these things, but Andrew from Punchbowl News, Andrew Desiderio, says there was a Senate briefing on the Trump rally shooting. According to two senators on the call, some of the things said in the Senate briefing were, the shooter visited the rally site a few days in advance to scope it out. 62 minutes elapsed between the time the shooter was photographed as being suspicious and when he fired the shots. 20 minutes elapsed between the time he was spotted by snipers and when he fired the shots. FBI Director Wray said there's no known foreign nexus, but no established motive as of now. Shooter used encrypted communications and had little to no social media presence. How about that? The shooter had used encrypted communications and had little to no social media presence. Yes, the president is going back to Delaware and staying in Delaware and isolating in Delaware, according to the White House. Corey Hill says JB stated yesterday if there was some sort of health issue, he would step down. Is that what you're seeing? No, I think what he said, thanks, Corey. I really appreciate that, Corey Hill. I believe what President Biden said in an interview was something like if a doctor told him he had a serious health problem, not if he got mild symptoms COVID. I don't think that applies to this. Yeah, Biden said in an interview Wednesday that he would consider dropping out if a doctor told him he had a medical condition that made that necessary. That's what Biden said. That's according to the New York Times. I didn't see the interview. That's what the New York Times says. But I don't think Biden would consider having a case of COVID with a runny nose and a cough to be like a doctor telling him it's necessary to drop out. Hang on a second here. Okay. So he is flying back to Delaware. Flying back to Delaware. This is going to start in about 9 minutes. Some of the speakers tonight include Matt Gaetz, Ronnie Jackson, Nancy Mace, Governor Greg Abbott, Governor Doug Burgum, Kellyanne Conway, Kimberly Guilfoyle, Donald Trump Jr., Usha Vance, J.D. Vance's wife, and J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee, and a bunch of other speakers as well. So Biden's still the acting president and carrying out his presidential duties. He is just not, he's not going to be out and about. He's going to be isolating. Will Barron speak? I've heard nothing to suggest Barron will speak. There's an article in Semaphore which says Joe Biden met in Vegas today with Jeffrey Katzenberg, a top campaign advisor and film producer, who said the president's donors' patience is wearing thin and their cash soon will too. Interesting. Interesting story from Semaphore. We have about 6 minutes until the convention starts. Lisa Lee says Biden is not dropping out, LOL. Patricia says Biden tested positive in 2022. I'd have to double check that. I'm not going to check it right now. Oh, yes. In July of 2022, he tested positive, according to an old AP article I see here. And that was, I think that was the second time. So this might be his third time. No, I just read an article that talked from 2022 that talked about him having it 2 times. You know, he could do campaign appearances like remotely. One of our viewers just mentioned that. But I mean, he can't go anywhere. He's going to be physically isolating. No, President Trump is speaking tomorrow. President Trump will be speaking tomorrow. Maybe we can show you one more time what it was like at the when they announced he had COVID. Let's look at this real quick. Real quick, we're gonna show you what happened a few minutes ago when it was announced. All right, real quick. Let's just look at this really quick. All right, so this was just a short time ago, probably half an hour ago or so. This is what it sounded like when they announced at the when in Vegas they were waiting for him to speak and he was over an hour and a half late.
Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for your patience and understanding. Regrettably, I was just on the phone with President Biden, and he shared his deep disappointment at not being able to join us this afternoon. The president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID. So, of course, we understand that he needs to take the precautions that have been recommended, and he did not obviously want to put anybody at risk. He said to tell my folks that we're not going to get rid of him that quickly. We're going to have a chance to hear from him in the future directly. He's just really sorry he couldn't be with us. And obviously, we share that disappointment, but we've seen how COVID has still impacted many in our community still, and we understand that he needs to take the steps he needs to take to not just protect himself, but to protect all of us. So we appreciate very much his wanting to have been here. I had a great introduction for him, reminding us of all the actions that he's taken on behalf of our community and the way that they have helped advance our interests and status. And well, we're just disappointed we won't hear from him directly today, but what we as a Latino community know how to move on. And
all right, so I just wanted to replay that. That was from earlier. Wanted to replay that for you. And there is the live shot of the Republican Convention, which is going to start in a couple minutes. Someone asked for a rundown of the shooter updates, and we talked about it a few minutes ago. What I would advise people to do is check my X account. I put breaking news, I post on my X account all the time during the day. Even when I'm on the air, I post breaking news on my X account @Lookner. I will post a link in the chat, and you can check that account for the breaking news I have been talking about. @Lookner on X. All right, they're about to start here in like 2 minutes, I think. I think they're playing music right now. Oh, I have the sound off. Sorry. Hold on. Wait a second here. Yeah, they're playing music right now. I can't play the music. I can't play the music. All right, any moment now, this is going to start. Then I'll change the headline. Hold on, right now? Maybe right now? Maybe right now? Maybe right now? Sounds like they're finishing up, the band. How about now? How about now? Oh, I can't play the, when they play these videos, they have music underneath them normally, so I can't play the music in the videos. I'm sorry, it's just the way it is. Unless they're just starting the convention in 10 seconds. Well, we'll see. Hold on, what is it? It's the convention? Nope, can't do it. They played this, I think they played this a couple nights ago. Didn't they play this video? Is this the one where there's like people who are feeling unsafe and then they fire they shoot a light that says Trump into the sky? Am I wrong? I don't know. Maybe there's a different one. This might be a different one. I don't know. I can't remember. No, this was the one from a couple nights ago. I think I may be wrong. Maybe it's a different one. Maybe it's a different one with having to do with foreign policy. Maybe the other one was different. The theme of tonight is Make America Strong Once Again. That's what the theme is for tonight at the convention. So the convention about to get underway. Yes, Corey says new night, new theme. New night, new theme. Thank you guys for joining us. Thanks to all of our mods for being here. I really appreciate it. We're going to be bringing you all of the speakers tonight. Oh, I'll post a video of Biden walking up Air Force One. Posted by Nandita Bose. I'll post a link to it. Biden walking up into Air Force One video. Just posted a link in the chat. What link is broken? What link is broken? Which link are you talking about? The speaker schedule link? Oh, the speaker schedule link is broken. Hold on, I'll fix it.
Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, Republicans around the world, have we had a great first days of this 2024 Republican National Committee? You know, when you think about where we are as a country today, you got to start by thinking about where we were 4 years ago. 4 years ago, Russia was in check. China was in check. Iran was in check. Our southern border was secure, and our economy was strong. Where are we today? Russia has invaded Ukraine. They've parked a nuclear missile-capable boat 90 miles off our shore in Havana, Cuba. China is saber-rattling and threatening Taiwan. And Iran has openly attacked our ally, Israel, through its proxies and with its missiles. 10 million illegal immigrants have come across our southern border. And we don't know who they are, where they are, or what they're doing. Our economy is not nearly as strong as it was 4 years ago. We can do better. We need to do better. Tonight, we are going to hear from great speakers from across the Republican Party. We are going to hear from President Trump's son, Donald Jr. We're going to hear from the next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. And we are going to hear from real Americans who are going to tell their stories about how we need to make America strong again. So it is my pleasure to gavel open this third day of the 2024 Republican National Convention.
Offering today's invocation, please welcome Delegate Evelyn Nunez-Jones from California.
Please bow your heads. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be together in this room. It has been a long journey for many of us, especially for President Trump and his family. Please remember our fellow patriot, Cory Campetori. At this time, we invite you, Holy Spirit, to be part of our convention. We praise you, Heavenly Father. We seek for you to guide the steps of this delegation, the steps of our President Trump, and the steps of his newly chosen Vice President, J.D. Vance. Remove all stumbling blocks. Jesus Christ, we ask for a new restoration of America, especially for our children. We pray for protection, divine wisdom, and revival for our country, for my state of California and our party, in the name of Jesus. We pray for victory in 2024. En el nombre de Dios, in the name of Jesus, amen. Let freedom reign. Woo!
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by Scouts of America, Troop 220 True of Racine, Wisconsin. Let's give them a warm welcome. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Coughlin from New Hampshire to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Now, to perform the national anthem, please welcome Jenny Thiel.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Got a little breaking news for you guys.
Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
A little bit of breaking news for you. Phil Stewart of Reuters says that ABC News says, I haven't seen the original report. Phil Stewart of Reuters says that ABC News is reporting that Senate Democratic leader Schumer told President Biden in a meeting on Saturday it would be better for the country if Biden ended his re-election bid. This is a promotional video you're seeing on the screen right now running at the convention. But again, I haven't seen the original report, but Phil Stewart from Reuters, who's reliable, is saying that ABC News is reporting that Schumer told Biden on Saturday it would be better for the country if he ended his re-election bid. Yes, big if true. I agree with you guys. It's big if true. I don't know if it's true, and I'm waiting to get the original ABC News report. But Phil Stewart is a reliable person, so he wouldn't post that unless he was sure that ABC News posted it. Anyways, let me see if I can get some more information on that, but I will look for more info. I can't play the music here anyway on this thing. So I have not seen that's certainly a big deal if that's true. If Schumer told Biden he should not run, that's a big deal. But I'm only seeing it in that one place so far. That's the only place I've seen it so far. So we'll see if we can get it somewhere else. Hold on.
Congressman Brian Mast of Florida.
Good evening, America. I'm Congressman Brian Mast. Now I've got to start with a salute to every warrior standing guard around the globe on an aircraft carrier, in a foxhole, on a base somewhere, in this audience, or just watching from home. We love you, veterans. We love them. We love them. I too am an Army veteran, a husband, a father of 4. I lost 2 legs and a finger in the war in Afghanistan, but nothing could stop me from standing alongside Donald Trump and fighting for America. Every one of you American service members and every veteran knows the dangers when we join the armed forces, but we risk our lives because we believe in America. As president, Donald Trump rebuilt our military, deterred our enemies, and he made America strong again. Now, I'm not here to sugarcoat it. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have once again weakened our armed forces, and through inflation slashed the size of our military budget, just like they slashed the family budget. And at the same time, they've distracted our troops with millions of hours of so-called extremism training, and they've based promotions on adherence to left-wing political ideology rather than merit. They would rather lose a war than use the wrong pronouns, and we've had enough. Donald Trump knows that our military needs warriors and not woke weaklings lecturing our warriors. Biden and Harris's weakness invites aggression, and our enemies are on the march. Russia invaded Ukraine, Hamas attacked Israel, Iran is funding terror across the Middle East, and the Chinese Communist Party has Taiwan in their crosshairs. And with his botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, Biden delivered what President Trump rightly called the most embarrassing day in American history. And what's worse is that Joe Biden doesn't even remember that it cost the lives of 13 American heroes. But when their coffins arrived at Dover, he did remember to check his watch, didn't he? Nearly 2,500 of my brothers and sisters gave their lives in that war. Joe Biden disgraced their sacrifice and the sacrifice of all Afghanistan veterans. Kamala Harris stood with him when he did. Neither deserves to be saluted as commander-in-chief or to sit in the Oval Office. American veterans and American service members deserve better. America deserves better. And with Donald Trump, you know that we don't just get better, we get the best. Donald Trump restored American strength before. Donald Trump will restore American strength again. And with your vote, we will make America stronger than it's ever been. May God bless you, God bless our troops, and God bless the United States of America.
Okay, so they're playing some music. So I want to read this breaking news again. Again, I haven't even seen ABC News post this, so this is an unconfirmed report. But whoa, hold on. Phil Stewart from Reuters, who's reliable, he says, that ABC News is reporting that Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer told Biden in a meeting on Saturday it would be better for the country if he ended his re-election bid. Now that would be huge news if Schumer told Biden that this weekend. If he told him it any day. But I have not seen the original report. All we have is Phil Stewart from Reuters saying that ABC News said this. So if I can actually get the original report from ABC News, I'll certainly let you know. All we have is a Reuters reporter saying that ABC News posted it, or said it, but I have not seen it from ABC News. So, but again, Phil Stewart from Reuters, he's not a guy who normally just posts garbage. So he's a reporter for Reuters, so he knows like that. You know, he wouldn't just make it up and post it. So we'll see if we actually see that story somewhere. Waiting to see. So again, in case you missed it, President Biden had to cancel a speech in Vegas this afternoon because he tested positive for COVID. He has mild symptoms. He is flying back to Delaware, where he will isolate. Appreciate all of our moderators being here. Thank you. Oh, by the way, thanks for your support, John Wayne and Blue Chainsaw Man. Thank you. Thanks to all of our moderators. Really appreciate it. Hang on a second here. Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thanks, Ruth. Also, they're just, hold on, they're finishing up. Hold on, they're finishing up.
Nancy Mace of South Carolina.
I'll send you over to this.
Good evening, America. My name is Nancy. Don't call me Pelosi, Mace. I'm a congresswoman representing the great state of South Carolina. At the age of 17, I learned that dropping out of high school might not have been the best idea. So I took my first job at a fine dining establishment some of you may know as the Waffle House. Denny's was a little too highbrow. While Waffle House was an important part of my journey, it would not be my destination. I soon went from making waffles to making history. 25 years ago, this high school dropout became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina. A college campus where we don't burn American flags, we salute them. I'm a single mom and a rape survivor. To women tonight who can relate, please know you have a friend in me. And I will fight like hell for you. I'm the daughter of an Army Brigadier General and a school teacher. I've admired my dad's Distinguished Service Cross from Vietnam. I've endured the rigors of a Citadel education. And today I represent a district that includes Parris Island, where we make Marines. What we're witnessing today is proof that strength preserves peace and weakness invites war. We can never project strength around the world when weakness stands in the White House. Nations like China see weakness as opportunity. China's fentanyl invades our borders. Their arms supply Putin's regime. China supports enemy states like Iran. They oppress their own people, especially their women. The world is watching America, and we must show them what we're made of. And I know a strong leader when I see one. Donald Trump stood up to China before, and he will do it again. Anyone who thinks they can take on Donald Trump or take down America is now on notice. Just as Trump quickly rose to his feet with a defiant fist in the air in Butler Township, Pennsylvania. When we re-elect him as president in November, America will soon be back on hers. We will be courageous, we will be resilient, we will be united, and we will be prepared to take on the challenges of this historic moment. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America, and God bless Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Ronnie Jackson of Texas.
All right. All right, all right. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, and good evening to my delegation from Texas. My name is Dr. Ronnie Jackson, and I'm the congressman from the 13th Congressional District of the great state of Texas. Prior to being in Congress, I served on active duty in the Navy for 25 years. I was a Navy deep sea diver, an emergency medicine doctor, and a combat physician in Iraq. During that time, I also had the distinct privilege of serving for 14 years as White House physician. But most importantly, I served as the appointed physician to the greatest president that this country has ever had, Donald J. Trump. And not only that, but now I can say I served a president who literally took a bullet for our country. President Trump and I have been through a lot together over the years, but I have never, ever been prouder of his leadership than I was last Saturday. His warrior spirit and his display of will to keep fighting for our country, even after getting shot down, will go down as an all-time moment in American history. I know firsthand from my time at the White House that being a president is an unrelenting 24/7 job. Time off truly just doesn't exist. Our president needs to make clear and decisive decisions in a moment's notice. When the phone rings in the middle of the night, the president must be ready. Unfortunately, our current president is not ready for that call. Let's not kid ourselves. Father Time has not been kind to Joe Biden. And China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, they do not respect Biden's 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. schedule. And we would not be in this situation were it not for Joe Biden's staff and his family. They should have compassion for him and prioritize his health and our country's security. But they have put their own interest above America's interest. Perhaps the greatest blame lies with his own Vice President, Kamala Harris. She has not been truthful with us. She has lied to us. She has put party above country, and she is as unfit in character as Joe Biden is in body and mind. Between the wide open southern border, the botched Afghanistan withdrawal, record high inflation, and the devastating crime in our streets, this administration has now produced a legacy of failure, disappointment, and danger. There is simply too much at stake to have someone who can barely shuffle to a podium be the one that is responsible for the safety and the security of our country. Every second that Joe Biden remains in the White House, this country becomes less safe. However, under President Trump's leadership, we will restore our standing on the world stage. We will bring back our great economy we had. We will finally secure our southern border. We will rebuild our great military. We will clean up crime in our streets. And most importantly, we will have a president who is respected by our allies and who is feared by our enemies and who leads with strength. Let me close by saying the path forward is simple. It is very simple and straightforward. We need to make America great again, and we need to do everything we possibly can to re-elect Donald J. Trump as our president. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless America, and God bless Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Acting Director of National Intelligence, Richard Grenell.
Hello, California. Last weekend, the American people bore witness to the instinctive courage of President Trump. We all know the contrast to Joe Biden could not have been greater. Tonight, I want to talk to you about why President Trump's strength and grace, which now even his opponents struggle to deny, have consequences beyond American borders. From 2001 to 2008, I served as America's spokesman at the United Nations. Back then, Republicans believed America's duty was to spread democracy by military force. We were misled about weapons of mass destruction. We intervened in other countries' affairs and signed treaties that only benefited other nations. We spent too many years ignoring America's priorities. That's what happened when Washington stopped being the capital of the United States and started being the capital of the world. There was only one man with the strength to call out the lies and failures of both Democrats and Republicans: Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't care if you're gay or straight, black, brown, or white, or what gender you are. He knows that we are all Americans and that it's time to put America first. After 16 years of wars and chaos, the world looked different when President Trump was in the White House. Russia invaded Ukraine under both Obama and Biden, but Putin did not dare escalate under President Trump. Under Trump, China was challenged. Under Trump, the Balkans were more peaceful. Under Trump, the Middle East signed historic peace deals. Under Trump, Iran was broke. Under President Trump, we put American interests first. There were no new wars. Old wars ended, and America had the greatest economy in the world. But after 4 years of Joe Biden, wars are back, the Taliban is back, and members of ISIS have slipped through America's broken southern border. Russia is sailing warships off the coast of Florida. China is bullying its neighbors. Iran is waging a war in Israel and Gaza with help from Joe Biden. And Joe Biden's radical supporters have overtaken our universities, burning American flags, cheering for terrorists, and calling for violent revolution. The reason the world is on fire is because President Biden is weak in more ways than one. But Donald Trump's opponents here and abroad now see clearly his incredible courage and resilience. They stand in fear and awe at the thought of his return. By voting for President Trump, you are casting a vote for the strength and grace that will bring peace and prosperity back to you, your family, America, and the world. Don't let anyone ever tell you differently. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida.
Donald Trump is unstoppable. Elect him president again, and America will be unstoppable too. Meanwhile, Joe Biden's been out of it. Democrats have been hiding the real Biden for years. We saw people in the witness protection program more often than we saw unscripted Biden. Under Biden-Harris, America has fallen sicker, lonelier, and poorer. Under Trump, we prospered, we were richer, inflation was low, and there were 2 genders. Under Biden-Harris, inflation has gotten so bad you can no longer bribe Democrat senators with cash alone. You have to use gold bars just so the bribes hold value. Oh, the swamp draining will recommence soon, and I will be President Trump's strongest ally in Congress to pass term limits, to stop taxpayer funding for political campaigns, to ban members of Congress for life from becoming lobbyists, and for the same reason you don't let the referee bet on the game, ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks. I am proud to stand before you, the only Republican in Congress who takes no lobbyist money, no PAC money. It's not good for me. I work for you, not them. President Trump, he'll never defund our police, but he will defund foreign aid to countries that hate us. And President Trump understands that if it isn't racist to check ID for a hunting license or welfare benefits or a fishing license, then it is okay to demand an ID to vote everywhere in this country in every election that's held. A Democrat congressman recently said that any criticism of Joe Biden is ableist. I don't think it's too much to ask that the American president be able to do the job. Kamala Harris isn't able to do any job. She was appointed border czar. Appointing Kamala Harris to oversee the border is like appointing Bernie Madoff to oversee your retirement plan. President Trump has shown the world what he is made of, and now we will show the world what America is made of by having his back. And how about the choice President Trump made for a running mate? JD looks like a young Abraham Lincoln, but he's from Ohio, like General Grant. And like General Grant, JD Vance knows how to fight. So they can run Biden from the nursing home, Harris, George Clooney, Robert De Niro, whoever they want to run. We are on a mission to rescue and save this country, and we ride or die with Donald John Trump to the end. Thank you all so much. Thank you for having my back. Let's go get him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former United States Ambassador to the Holy See, the Vatican, Callista Gingrich.
Interrupt for a second. I'm sorry. We got a little news. I'm going to interrupt Callista Gingrich. I'm sorry, but a little news to tell you about, okay? First of all, this is important, so I'm sorry to interrupt. Jonathan Karl from ABC News, he reports it now. Jonathan Karl from ABC News says, I am told that Chuck Schumer had a blunt one-on-one conversation with Biden Saturday afternoon in Rehoboth. Schumer forcefully made the case that it would be best if Biden bowed out of the race. Schumer's office wouldn't comment on the specifics of the conversation, telling me only Leader Schumer conveyed the views of his caucus. So his office didn't even deny it. But that is from ABC News, John Karl. Second of all, President Biden posted, as we know, he posted what we know. I tested positive for COVID this afternoon, but I'm feeling good and thank everyone for the well wishes. I will be isolating as I recover, and during this time I will continue to work to get the job done for the American people. But on his personal account, this is it. It has 38 million followers. The Joe Biden personal account with the gray check mark, 38.1 million followers, he just posted, I'm sick. That's what it says, I'm sick. Look, I'm sick. That's a real post. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was like a fake account. But no, this is the real account. That's a real account. It's a gray check mark and 38 million followers. And he posted, I'm sick. Anyways, which is kind of strange to me. I don't know what to make of that. Did the account get hacked? It's kind of strange. So anyways, I wanted to let you know that there's two posts. Is this a fake post? But it's really the real account. I'm just showing you it has 38 million followers and it has a great check mark. I'm not kidding you. It's the real account, but it says I'm sick. Anyways, so I don't know what to make of that. It's kind of strange that there's two posts from Biden, but one of them says I'm sick. Oh, I'm sorry. It's of Elon Musk and his rich buddies. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's confusing. There's a reply. Okay, so the second part says of Elon Musk and its rich buddies trying to buy this election. Ha. Well, I think a lot of people like me are going to be like, oh, I didn't know that's what was at. Yeah, this, by the way, just to defend myself, this was posted at 7:22, and then this was posted at 7:24. So I saw it right when it was posted, and I was like, what's going on? Because there was no second post when it was posted. Okay, well, there you go. So anyways, I saw it when it was just this, and there was nothing below it. Well, it's kind of weird, I guess. Whatever. Anyways, that being said, let's go back to the convention. But big news. According to ABC News, Chuck Schumer told Biden. Again, I'm going to read you the report from Jonathan Karl as I show you the convention again. Hold on. Jonathan Karl of ABC News says, I am told Chuck Schumer had a blunt one-on-one conversation with Biden Saturday afternoon in Rehoboth, Delaware. Schumer forcefully made the case that it would be best if Biden bowed out of the race. Schumer's office wouldn't comment on the specifics of the conversation, telling me only Leader Schumer conveyed the views of his caucus. Which means that Chuck Schumer's office could have denied it, but they didn't. All right, I'm going to send you back over to the convention, but I wanted to update you with that new update. All right. But hang on a minute here. Oh, it's Newt Gingrich.
Thank you very much. That's a very warm welcome. You know, President Trump understands that the world is dangerous and that it takes an enormous effort to defeat anti-American and anti-free forces around the world. He also understands that when faced with multiple adversaries across the globe, the Reagan principle of peace through strength is the only road for safety for the America and the American people. The contrast between President Trump's realistic policy of resolute strength in a dangerous world and President Biden's policies of appeasement, weakness, and self-delusion may be the biggest difference between the Make America Great Again movement and the Make America Weak ideology of the left. We have to remember that the greatest threat to American safety is not Biden's brain. The greatest threat is Biden's policies and the people he appoints to implement them. He is working towards appeasement when the world today is incredibly dangerous. A growing coalition of dictatorships is actively trying to undermine American power and conquer America's allies. A religious dictatorship in Iran, which chants death to America, is on the verge of having nuclear weapons. Russia's dictator has unleashed the deadliest European war since World War II. Communist China continues to develop its military power while actively seeking to undermine America through espionage, fentanyl, and the infiltration of our companies and our universities. Faced with these clear and present dangers, President Biden has adopted failed policy after failed policy. Where President Trump orchestrated an orderly end to the Afghanistan war with no American killed in nearly 2 years. Biden ordered a chaotic, panic-filled withdrawal that left 13 American troops and hundreds of Afghans dead. Where President Trump insisted on keeping Bagram Air Base, which is located within 1 hour of the Chinese nuclear facilities, President Biden gave it to the Taliban, who are now allied with Communist China. Where President Trump brokered the Abraham Accords and was moving the Middle East toward peace and cooperation, President Biden's weakness and confusion led to a terrible Hamas assault, killing more than 1,200 innocent people in Israel. Under Trump, we achieved peace through strength. Under Biden, we have war, suffering, death, and a world teetering on the edge of World War III. Like Prime Minister Winston Churchill and President Abraham Lincoln, President Trump understands that only a firm, courageous policy of strength will work in a dangerous world. The message for this November is clear. You can vote for weakness and war with Biden, or you can vote for strength and peace with President Trump. Let's dedicate ourselves to making America safe, strong, and proud again with President Trump. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Director of the United States Office of Trade and Manufacturing Policy, Peter Navarro.
Peter Navarro just got out of prison today. I think he was there for like something like contempt of Congress. I'll look it up, but he just got out of prison today, Peter Navarro.
This is a beautiful thing. I think I think you folks just want to know if you can see my MAGA tattoo I got there. Yes, indeed. This morning I did walk out of a federal prison in Miami. Joe Biden and his Department of Injustice put me there. Tonight I'm here with you in this beautiful city of Milwaukee. I've got a very simple message for you. If they can come for me, and if they can come for Donald Trump, be careful, they will come for you. If we don't control our government, their government will control us. If we don't control all three branches of our government, legislative, executive, and judicial, their government will put some of us, like me and Steve Bannon, in prison and control the rest of us. Here's how it went. Here's how I got in prison. The legislative branch came for me first. Your favorite Democrat, Nancy Pelosi, created your favorite committee, the sham January 6th committee, which demanded that I violate executive privilege. What did I do? I refused. The J6 committee demanded that I betray Donald John Trump to save my own skin. I refused. Here's the thing about the Constitution. They demanded that I break the law because they have no respect for it. I refused. And a Democrat majority in the House then voted to hold me in contempt. All right, what happened next? The next jackboot to drop was the executive branch. Another one of your favorite Democrats, Democrat Attorney General Merrick Garland. There's a winner. Him and Jack Smith indicted and prosecuted me for criminal contempt of Congress. Now, here's what's weird about it. It's something that Democrat prosecutors refused to do against one of their own, including two guys with blood on their hands, Eric Holder and Alejandro Mayorkas, the great border czar, right? They've actually gotten people killed. For decades, the Department of Injustice right now, the Department of Justice policy stated, hear me out on this, if Congress slaps a subpoena on a senior White House advisor like me, the advisor's duty is to politely tell them to go pound sand. That's exactly what I did. So far we got two branches, legislative and executive. The judicial branch delivered the final blow. Just as, here's another favorite of yours, just as Democrat Judge Juan Marchand, you know this guy? Did to Donald John Trump in his Manhattan kangaroo court, another Democrat judge, a guy named Ahmed Maida, keep your eye on this guy, Ahmed Maida, Obama appointee, they stripped me of every possible defense, and then what? Just like in Manhattan with Donald Trump, they threw me to the wolves of an anti-Trump jury, and where? The D.C. swamp. They convicted me. They jailed me. Guess what? They did not break me. And they will never break Donald Trump. They will never break Donald Trump. All right, now here's the most important thing I'm going to tell you. You may be thinking this couldn't happen to you. Make no mistake, they're already coming for you. Joe and Kamala, they threw out the woke blue carpet across the Rio Grande, opened our borders to what? Murderers and rapists. When Donald Trump said it, thank you for saying that, when Donald Trump said murderers, rapists in 2016, they go, oh, racist, whatever. We read the papers. It's murderers and rapists. Murderers and rapists, drug cartels, human traffickers, terrorists, Chinese spies, and a whole army of illiterate illegal aliens stealing the jobs of black, brown, and blue-collar Americans. They put them right on your front doorstep. Right. Now, here's another thing Joe Biden did. You got to love this, the green new scam. We're in the heart here in Milwaukee, around all this. This is where the auto industry, that new scam is destroying our industry, leaving us at the mercy of the battery factories in Shanghai and slave labor in the Congo. Biden inflation. You're going to hear a lot of this because it's so friggin' true. Biden inflation is coming after what's left of your savings and eating your wages. And the Democrats, here's the thing. I'm sitting in prison thinking about this. It just eats at me as the Democrats come for your kids. They're indoctrinating them with poisonous attitudes on race and gender. And here's the thing, when politics fails, the investigations and prosecutions begin. They did it to me. They're going to do it to Trump. But hear me out. They've also done it to Catholics, pro-life activists, and parents who are just standing up for the kids at school board meetings. This is a tale of two Americas, and you know it wasn't this way when Donald Trump was president. I remember the days I was there. In Trump's America, you were safe and our borders were secure. In Trump's America, you were more prosperous, and you didn't have to choose between what? Food on the table, medicine in the cabinet, and a roof over your head. And in Trump's America, you didn't have to worry about being locked up for disagreeing with the government. I went to prison so you won't have to. I am your wake-up call. All right, this is where I'm going to have fun now, because I'm going to leave you now with the last three words my beautiful fiance said when I left that morning for prison. They weren't, "I love you." That was a given. She simply said, "We got this. We got this." That's what bring my girl out now. That's what these lawfare jackals don't understand. When they put people like me in prison and fire figurative and now literal bullets at Donald Trump, they also assault our families. On Election Day, America will hold these lawfare jackals accountable. Now, here's the sweetest thing that's going to come off my lips. Vote Trump Vance. 24 for Trump 47. I'm Peter Navarro. I went to prison so you won't have to. This is my beautiful girl. She did the time with me. That's what these friggin' Democrats don't understand. They do this to our families. She's my girl. Yeah. I love you. Let's win. Do not let up. Do not let up. Pedal to the metal till November.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congresswoman Monica de la Cruz of Texas.
Hello, Milwaukee. On behalf of the great state of Texas, it is an honor to be with you tonight. I am the proud granddaughter of Mexican farm workers who came here with little more than faith in God. They never had much money, but they instilled in us strong Texas values. They taught me that through hard work, anything is possible in America. And then I proved it. By getting myself through school and building a successful small business, It wasn't easy, but I'm living proof that the American dream, el sueño americano, can become reality. Only in America can a little girl from South Texas go from watching her abuelo pick watermelons to serving in the people's house. Now, as a mother, I often think about my kids' future, and I'm worried. The American dream is slipping away. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris make it impossible for hardworking Americans like the people in my community to get ahead. Their policies put home ownership out of reach. Wages can't keep up with inflation. They give benefits to illegal immigrants and cut Medicare Advantage for our seniors. They say their immigration policies are compassionate, but there's nothing compassionate about open borders. They threaten our national security, flood our country with deadly drugs, killing our precious children. Biden and Harris don't care about immigrants. They just use them for political gain. We deserve so much better. We must make America strong again by re-electing President Trump. Under his leadership, we can put hardworking Americans first again, end this border crisis. We can restore peace and prosperity, creating an amazing future with endless possibilities, and we can rebuild the most vital institution of all, the American family. Together, we can turn Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's national nightmare into a revival of the American dream. Thank you, Milwaukee. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Acting Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Tom Homan.
Thank you. How you doing? My home state, New York. Where's New York at? Give me a shout. Damn right. Look, for those who don't know me, my name is Tom Homan. I began my career as a Border Patrol agent in 1984. After 34 years, I became the first Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, that actually came up through the ranks. I've worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I've worked for said they're going to secure the border. President Trump actually did it. He created the most secure border in our history, and that's a stone cold fact. The data proves it, and guess what? He's going to do it again. Under President Trump, we cut illegal immigration by 90%, the lowest level in 45 years. Deportations rose to the highest level ever, including historic numbers of illegal alien gang members and criminals. Most importantly, 4 years under President Trump, we had 13 people we arrested on a terrorist watch list. Joe Biden, 381. And let's remember, we got over 2 million known gotaways. How many of them? came from a country that sponsored terrorism. God help us. Biden is the first president in American history to come into office and unsecure a border. Who the hell does that? On their first day in office, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris suspended deportations. They stopped the border wall. They canceled Remain in Mexico. They reinstated catch and release. They proposed amnesty for millions, along with free health care. And now we have a record illegal immigration, a record number of women and children being sex trafficked, a record number of Americans dying from fentanyl, a record number of known as suspected terrorists sneaking across our border. And here's what you need to know. This isn't mismanagement. This isn't incompetence. This is by design, and it's a choice. It's national suicide. But you know what? On November 5th, the American people do have a choice, and they're going to stop this madness. I got a message. As a guy who spent 34 years deporting illegal aliens, I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now. You're damn right. Because you're going home. I got another message. Another message to the criminal cartels in Mexico. You smuggled enough fentanyl across this country to kill 148,000 young Americans. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. And that's when President Trump gets back in office. He's going to designate you a terrorist organization, and he's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. You're done. You're done. President Trump is going to end the Biden-Harris open border madness. We will stop the drugs and the crime from pouring into your neighborhoods. President Trump has proven to the American people that he's a warrior. And he's going to make America safe again, and you can take that to the bank.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage David Lara.
Hello, Milwaukee. Quiero dar un saludo a toda la comunidad y audiencia hispana. I am a proud husband and father of a small business in San Luis, Arizona, a town that sits directly on the U.S.-Mexico border. We are the front line of the Biden's border crisis. Small towns like mine bear the brunt of the chaos. Imagine crowds rushing the port, overwhelming Border Patrol when they know they don't have enough agents to detain everyone. Imagine strangers terrorizing your homes, your neighbors, your yards, and local schools going fearful to let children walk home. Imagine the fire department using off-road vehicles to bring your neighbors to the hospital because the ambulances are taken by so-called asylum seekers. Imagine being treated as second-class citizens as chaos and crime overwhelm your streets. I don't have to imagine this. I've watched it with my own eyes. I've seen my town suffer because Biden and Kamala Harris want the illegal immigration crisis to continue. And no amount of suffering has changed their mind or convinced them to finally put Americans first. In San Luis, Mexican drug cartels use school children as mules. Let that sink in. Deadly drugs flow through our town, bringing crime and violence. San Luis wasn't always this way. and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris do not care. In fact, they seem satisfied. They have done nothing to stop it and everything to make it worse. They have never set foot on my border town. 4 years ago, President who believe in borders, and we have a president who traveled all the way to San Luis. We had a president who cared, and we can have that president again. We must re-elect President Trump to close the border, the crime, and stop the drugs from pouring in. We must re-elect President Trump to imprison and deport violent gang members instead of coddling them, terrorize our nation. We must re-elect President Trump to put our citizens first and make America strong again. Los Latinos estamos con Trump. Thank you, Milwaukee. American Latinos for Trump.
Okay, they're playing some music. They're playing some music. I think they're playing a Spanish language song. Is it Oye Como Va? Well, either way, I can't play because I don't own the copyright, the rights to it. Hey, I want to say a quick thanks to MG Monkey. Thanks, so it's so nice of you, MG Monkey. Thanks also to Keith M for your support, and John Wayne and Leon Yoder. Thanks for your support. Thanks to you guys who are tuning into our coverage. Oh, thanks to Bunker Buster for your support as well, and KLM and Liza, and Blue Chainsaw Man. Thank you, and Corey Hill. Hey, also, big thanks to our moderators. Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you so much, RJ, Sarah55. Really appreciate all of our moderators. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Over there on Twitch, we have moderating right now Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, LB Prairie Dawn. I Got That Fire, Mick Britches, Sarah, Papa Bear, Sharon C54, and Surly Dev, thank you. And also, speaking of Twitch, thanks to Diglit with that for your support on Twitch. With hat, Diglit with hat. And thank you. And also to our Facebook mods like K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley. Thank you so much for moderating on Facebook. Any others I might be missing over there. And hey, a quick reminder. So in case you didn't hear it, we talked about it a bunch earlier. President Biden tested positive for COVID today. He had to cancel a speech he was going to give in Las Vegas this afternoon. He was flying back. He ended up, I don't know if he's there yet, but he was, as of an hour or two ago, flying back to DC, flying back to Delaware from Vegas. So mild symptoms, and he's going to be isolating there for the time being. And also some really big news today. ABC News is reporting that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer told Biden that he should not be running in the race. I'll turn this on in a second. But the exact report was that Schumer told Biden it would be better for the Democratic Party in the country if he were to bow out. That's from Jonathan Karl of ABC. All right, let me send you back to the convention.
Rancher from Arivaca, Arizona, the great state of Arizona. 5.5 miles of our ranch is the U.S.-Mexico border. It's a known route for drug smuggling and human trafficking. On the screen, you'll see footage from our ranch. Since Joe Biden took office, our hidden cameras have recorded over 3,500 drug packers and others dressed in camouflage marching north through our ranch. These are not asylum seekers. It looks like and it feels like an invasion because it is. In April alone, over 5,000 additional unvetted aliens entered our ranch claiming economic asylum. We know firsthand that Biden's open border is our nation's greatest national security threat. We need to make America safe again.
Every time Jim leaves the ranch house, I have to worry that he won't come back alive. Our house has been broken into twice. A Border Patrol agent was shot 5 times by drug smugglers on our ranch. This year alone, 3 crossers died of dehydration on our ranch. The cartel drug smugglers are crossing our nation's border every day. They are bringing lethal drugs into our country. This is chemical warfare. It's killing Americans. Under President Donald Trump, it wasn't like this. And if we bring him back, I know he'll stop it again.
Biden-Harris and the Democrats who support open borders are complicit in this death, in the death of tens of thousands of American citizens. When Joe Biden took office, the Trump wall was nearly complete on our ranch. But Biden halted the construction and stopped the installation of all the planned electronics. Since then, crossing on our ranch has increased 5-fold. It's like Biden and Harris want the lawlessness. The fact is that walls work. We must elect Donald Trump to finish the wall. To stop the cartels. And we must keep America safe and strong. Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless all of you.
I just realized, they're having an issue with the speaker schedule tonight. They keep posting speaker schedules, and then the links stop working. I don't know why this is. So I'm going to post a new link with the speaker schedule. This has happened twice already where they post a schedule, and then it stops, then the link stops. And then they keep updating it or something. So let me post the new link to the speaker schedule in the chat. I'm sorry, it's just that's happened twice already. And I don't know why that is. So I just posted it again, and I'll pin it. I just pinned it to the top of the YouTube chat. And I'm going to pin it to the top of the Twitch chat. Sorry, hold on.
Greg Abbott.
Thank y'all very much. Thank y'all very much. Thank y'all very much. Come on, let's go. As governor of the largest border state, the great state of Texas, I can tell you, America needs a president who will secure our border. America needs Donald J. Trump. The president's most sacred duty is to secure our country. Donald Trump fulfilled that duty by eliminating illegal immigration. Under President Trump, we had the lowest illegal border crossings in about 4 decades. By contrast, however, Joe Biden deserted his duty. On his first day in office, he gutted President Trump's policies. And the result has been catastrophic. Under Joe Biden, illegal immigration has skyrocketed. Under his watch, around 11 million immigrants have crossed our border illegally. That's more than the entire population of Michigan. It's twice the population of Wisconsin. Biden has welcomed into our country rapists, murderers, even terrorists, and the price that we have paid has been deadly. Among the many victims was 12-year-old Jocelyn from Houston, Texas, raped and murdered by 2 illegal immigrants. She's one of thousands whose lives have been destroyed by Joe Biden's open border policies. To make matters even worse, Biden is even fighting tooth and nail to stop Texas and other Republican states from securing our own borders. I deployed thousands of National Guard soldiers to build hundreds of miles of razor wire barriers. Give it up for our National Guard. They built those barriers to stop illegal crossings. When Joe Biden ordered to cut that razor wire, I ordered the National Guard to triple the razor wire on the border. When Biden took 50 acres of Texas border property to illegally process up to 5,000 illegal immigrants a day, I directed the Texas National Guard to take back our land and wire it shut. Now, there's no longer 5,000 people crossing the border like there was under Joe Biden. Now that the National Guard wired that shut, on average, there is 1 illegal immigrant crossing the border at that location a day. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to even come to Texas and to see the border crisis that they created, I took the border to them. I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C. And we have continued busing migrants sanctuary cities across the entire country. And those buses will continue to roll until we finally secure our border. Fortunately, I see hope on the horizon, because on November the 5th, Joe Biden will be fired. And Donald Trump will once again become the President of the United States of America. He will enforce the immigration laws. He will fight the Mexican drug cartels. And he will arrest the criminal illegal immigrants and put them behind bars. Or send them back. It is time to restore order at the border. It is time to rid our streets of crime and chaos. It is time to secure our nation by returning Donald Trump as President of the United States of America. Thank you all. God bless.
I think they're playing the YMCA video again. Hey, I wanted to pass along another new update. There's a CNN update about Biden. It says, Casey Hunt with CNN says that CNN's Jeff Zeleny says President Biden is more receptive to the push for him to leave the ticket, has gone from saying Kamala can't win to asking if Kamala Harris can win. In case you missed it, ABC News is reporting that Chuck Schumer, Majority Leader of the Senate, this weekend suggested to Biden that he should not run, saying it would be better for the Democratic Party in the country if he did not run. And the Chuck Schumer's office did not deny this. They said today that was speculation to say that, but they did not deny it. They could have said we didn't. They could have said we never said that. I never said that. He never said that. But they didn't deny it. So we'll see what happens here. And then Adam. So hold on.
Here, an energy advocate, Sarah Phillips.
Good evening, Milwaukee. This past Saturday, I was at the Trump rally in Butler. I, in fact, was the first speaker on stage that day. As you can imagine, it was a terrifying experience, but nothing was going to stop me from being here to support President Trump. Thank God President Trump is alive. I'm Sarah Phillips, and I'm honored to speak to you about one of the most important issues in this campaign, energy. President Trump is high energy and supports energy. Biden is low energy and is against energy. The difference is significant for you and significant for our country. President Trump understands that abundant, affordable energy is vital to our economy and to our national security. Meanwhile, President Biden is pushing the Green New scam. President Biden declared war on the oil and gas industry since day one. He canceled the Keystone Pipeline, overrode congressionally directed oil lease sales in Alaska, and has proposed massive tax hikes on oil and gas. His campaign against responsible development of oil and gas is crushing everyday Americans like you and me. I know this firsthand. As a petroleum engineer who worked on the front lines as a roughneck, I have witnessed the safe and environmentally responsible way America develops oil and gas resources. And I have worked side by side with those in the field who I consider family and who are dedicated and hardworking. Their critical work is so critical for our country. The hydrocarbons that are being extracted are a true gift. From powering our cars and heating our homes to being a building block for fertilizer, plastic, and many other products, our society and our standard of living could not exist without fossil fuels. Texas. That is among the many reasons why we need to return Donald Trump to the White House. With President Trump back in charge, we'll not only be energy independent, we'll be energy dominant. We'll create jobs, increase investment, and improve our national security. Under President Trump's leadership, America's great economic revival will be powered by American energy. He did it before, and he will do it again. For the sake of our economy, for the sake of our quality of life, and for the sake of America's future, let's return Donald Trump to the White House. Drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the mayor of East Palestine, Ohio, Trent Conaway.
Good evening. February 3rd, 2023 began like any other Midwestern day, but in a heartbeat, everything changed. I'm Trent Conaway, the proud mayor of East Palestine, Ohio. When the train derailed, spewing flames and toxic chemicals to our town, faced a disaster unlike we'd ever seen. And in the chaos, we witnessed a clear contrast between leadership and incompetence. Our first responders didn't hesitate. They raced to the scene, they battled the flames, and evacuated our citizens. And for that, I want to thank every one of them tonight. Unfortunately, the Biden administration's federal response was much different. It consisted almost entirely of meetings and press events. They talked and talked, but they delivered little help. Then there was a clear difference between former President Trump and President Biden. For the longest time, the White House was silent, and we never heard a word from Vice President Harris. I guess we weren't their type of folks. No Hollywood elites or Wall Street billionaires live in East Palestine, just hardworking Americans. But Donald Trump cared. First, he called to ask permission to visit, not wanting to intrude, and then he asked how he could help. When he arrived with fresh pallets of drinking water, he met with everyone, from first responders to local officials and residents. He toured the derailment site. He listened to us, and he shared a meal with volunteers at a local McDonald's. His presence was genuine. His concern was real. After a year of criticism, President Biden finally did show up. His appearance was brief, forced, and scripted. He met with a select few and then left. We needed so much, and he delivered so little. I know a thing or two about train wrecks now, and let me tell you, that's what the Biden administration has been. Before President Biden derails our entire nation, we need to act. We need a leader who values small-town communities as much as big cities. We need a president who loves all Americans. We need Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Governor of North Dakota, Doug Burgum.
Hello, Milwaukee. And hello, North Dakota. Feels good to be here. The last time I was in Milwaukee, in this building, standing behind a podium was for the debate, and I stood on one leg for 2 hours. You guys might remember I blew my Achilles the day before. But to kick things off, I have a question for you, and I need your help answering so nice and so loud that everyone at home can hear you. Are you ready? Who will make America energy dominant? Again, who will make America energy dominant? Well, that's pretty good, but it's after 4 p.m. in D.C., so how about one more time loud enough to wake up Joe Biden? Who will make America energy dominant? That's right, because when President Trump unleashes American energy, we unleash American prosperity, and we ensure our national security. Serving as a governor with President Trump was like having a beautiful breeze at our back. He cut taxes and he cut red tape. Serving as a governor under Joe Biden has been like a gale force wind in our face. Biden's war on energy hurts every American because the cost of energy is in everything we use or touch every day. Biden's red tape has raised the price of the gas in your car, the cost of food on your table, the clothes on your back, and it's even raised your rent. Biden's green agenda feels like it was written by China, Russia, and Iran. Let's look at Biden's EV mandates. Where do nearly all the batteries and rare earth minerals come from? China, you know. And the day that Biden halted permits for clean U.S. natural gas export facilities, just think about the party they must have thrown that night at the Kremlin. Because Biden's policies are making Russia and Iran filthy rich. And they're using that money to fund wars and terrorism against our allies. At home, Biden is acting like a dictator. He's using mandates to shut down reliable baseload electricity. That's why your electric bills have soared upwards as our nation's electric grid reliability spirals downward. 4 more years of Joe will usher an era of Biden brownouts and blackouts. Imagine no electricity for your fridge, your lights, or air conditioning. President Trump will ensure that there is power for you, and importantly, that we have the power as the United States to beat China in the AI arms race. Unleashing American energy dominance is our path back to prosperity and peace through strength. Teddy Roosevelt encouraged America to speak softly and carry a big stick. Energy dominance will be the big stick that President Trump will carry. Yes, President Trump will make sure that America is selling energy to our allies versus buying it from our adversaries. Innovation has always been the source of American greatness, and President Trump champions innovation over regulation. Last year, over that whole year, my wife Catherine and I traveled all across America. As all of you know, it's rural America that feeds the world, that fuels the world, and defends the world. Small towns with a huge impact, and rural America is Trump country. In North Dakota, we know one thing for sure because we've seen him do it, and that's that the hardest working president in American history is Donald J. Trump. President Trump cares deeply about every American, rig workers, truck drivers, roughnecks, and yes, America's great farmers and ranchers. President Trump cares deeply about you. We know that he'll fight for us, he'll fight for our families, and we know one more thing. He'll let all of you keep driving your gas-powered cars. When President Trump unleashes energy dominance, he will make America affordable again. He will make America strong again. And when President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance together, they will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former counselor to President Donald J. Trump, Kellyanne Conway.
Good evening, Patriots. 8 years ago, Donald Trump shocked the system and defied the doubters to become the 45th president of the United States. He didn't want fortune or fame, power and position. He already had all of that. Donald Trump and his family made enormous sacrifices to run and to serve as president. He didn't need to do it. He wanted to do it. My relationship with Mr. Trump was forged under fire in a foxhole in 2016 after he asked me to be his campaign manager. We had no idea that he was making history as the first successful presidential nominee ever to tap a woman to lead a campaign. But that was a natural for Donald J. Trump. He had elevated women in New York real estate decades before when few people would. One morning, I was in an early senior staff meeting in the White House, and as I glanced around the table, something caught my eye. In that meeting were Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Mercedes Schlapp, Brooke Rollins, Ivanka Trump, and me. I soon realized that among us, we have 19 children, at the time ages 2 through 16. Show me a C-suite in America where 5 working moms of 19 young children could have the highest rank in the company and work alongside the president. In the Trump White House, we lived it. Sure, he saw something in me and the other working moms that perhaps we did not see in ourselves. But more importantly, he sees what's best and what's possible for millions of decent, hardworking Americans. Now, 8 years later, he and his family have made the sacrifice again for him to run and serve as president. Donald Trump could be the envy of former presidents. He's a billionaire who could play golf every day at his own golf courses. He can enjoy a magnificent life with his incredible 5 children, his 10 amazing grandchildren, and that extraordinary, elegant, beautiful, brilliant wife. The former and future First Lady, Trump. He does not need to do this, but we need him to do this. How often do we hear, "I want Trump's policies without Trump's personality"? Well, good luck with that. We don't get those policies without that personality. Taking out al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, ending the ISIS caliphate, recalibrating trade deals, restoring sanity, growth, and fairness in our economy, making our southern border more secure and sovereign, supporting school choice, protecting life, respecting workers, backing our blue, our military, and our border patrol. You get that through strength and toughness. Weakness emboldens our adversaries, enables failure, and empowers evil. The answer to weakness is strength. The antidote to division is unity. And the alternative to failure and incompetence, to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, is to send them packing and send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House. If you know someone who is skeptical about the Republican Party or who is cynical about politics, don't dismiss them. Talk to them. We win through addition, not division. In Donald Trump's Republican Party, everyone is welcome. Yes. We have been called deplorable, irredeemable, mega extremists, and worse. But Donald Trump sees you for who you are. You love your God, you love your family, and you love your country. In 2024, there should be no more hidden, undercover Trump voters. It's time to put that flag on your front porch, that red hat on your head, because we don't cave and we don't cower and we do not capitulate. Instead, we get up, we show up, we stand up, and we speak up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your movement. This is your moment. And this is the man I know and the president we need for 4 more years. He picks the toughest fights and wins. He has stood by me, and he will always stand up for you. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, our live coverage continues. Eventually, we're going to hear from Donald Trump Jr. and Usha Vance, wife of J.D. Vance, and then J.D. Vance himself. And we have some speakers coming up before that. Hey, a quick thank you to Justin King for your support, Martin Gingrich, Kerry, Kyle, Kristen Wagenblot, Sherry Adcox, KLM, Blash, Keith M. Thanks so much for your support. I really appreciate it. And thank you guys for being here for this stream. In case you didn't hear, President Biden tested positive for COVID. He had to cancel a speech in Las Vegas this afternoon, and he headed back to Delaware, where he's going to be isolating with mild symptoms. Also, ABC News' Jonathan Karl is reporting that Chuck Schumer, Senate Majority Leader, on Saturday had a meeting with Biden, and Schumer said it would be better for Biden and better for the Democratic Party and better for the country if he were to bow out of the race and let someone else run, which is a big story. And that comes after Adam Schiff, a quite prominent Democrat, earlier today said that Biden should not run. So increasing pressure, it seems like, on Biden to not run. But the Schumer story is quite big. So we'll see what happens with that. Anyways, so we're going to bring you coverage tonight. If I see other news updates, I am checking during the convention for other news updates. I will certainly pass those along as I see them. And then tomorrow night, of course, we will be covering the 4th and final night of the convention, when former President Trump himself will be speaking tomorrow night. We'll be covering that tomorrow night. But I do appreciate you guys being here, and thanks to all of our mods as well. Appreciate all of our moderators. Trump is speaking tomorrow night, and it would be towards the end. So I don't know. I think it's probably, like tonight, J.D. Vance is the last speaker, and he is speaking at 9:30 Central Time, 10:30 Eastern Time. And so I assume Trump is speaking at the same time. That's what I would assume, same time tomorrow. Actually, am I right? Yeah, these are at Central Time. J.D. Vance is speaking at 9:30 Central Time tonight. And I assume that Trump is speaking at 9:30 Central Time tomorrow night. And then from 9 to 9:30 tonight is Donald Trump Jr. and Usha Vance. So we will see what happens, but we'll definitely be covering that. And, Trump has not arrived yet, but I would assume Trump will eventually, right? Trump? I haven't seen Trump yet. I assume Trump will eventually get there tonight in a little bit. And JD, I don't know. I haven't seen JD Vance. I'm not sure if he's there yet. Maybe some of you have seen him. Well, hold on. Here we go. Let's go back.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Congresswoman Luna, and I represent the great people of Florida. The greatness and strength of America are beacons of hope for countless lives around the world. Our strength ensures our safety and security. My husband and I knew this when we joined the Air Force. But we don't preserve peace and stability by policing the world or by involving ourselves in every foreign conflict. We preserve peace by commanding the world's respect, a respect that is earned through unparalleled military strength and firm, decisive leadership. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration has failed to uphold this standard. They have misused our resources in foreign wars contrary to our national interests, and they have eroded the lethality and fighting culture of our armed forces. The leadership that we need, that respects our military and understands the true cost of war, is only found in Donald Trump. He will make America strong again. He will fight for the American warfighter, the American people, and America's interests. Hawks and globalist elites do not sway President Trump. He knows the cost of military action like I do. My husband was shot in combat by terrorists and continued to deploy in the fight against America's enemies. I know the fear and anguish of waiting for news about a loved one in harm's way and the pain of losing friends in combat. President Trump knows what it means to put your life on the line. Our service members and their families make immense sacrifices, and they deserve a president who respects that sacrifice and who would lay down his own life in defense of this great nation. President Trump has demonstrated he's ready to do just that. It is time that we all rise to his stature. The world needs a strong America, and America needs strong leadership. President Trump will provide it. Regardless of race, gender, color, or creed, I urge you to vote for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance on November 5th. It's time to unite America. Thank you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States. Let's get him in.
Okay, I have to turn off the audio during the videos because it has copyrighted music. All right, let me take a few comments from you guys. Let me know your thoughts in the chat. Yes, Lori Nance says Melania and Ivanka are supposed to be there tomorrow, but neither of them is supposed to speak tomorrow, just to be clear. Mary McHugh says, when is Scott Baio speaking? Did he speak at the Republican convention like 4 years ago? I don't even remember. He spoke at like one of the conventions, right? I don't even remember that. I have very vague memory of it, of him speaking at some convention. Scott Baio. He spoke at the Republican convention in 2016. He spoke in 2016 at the Republican convention. Okay. All right. Oh, Jonah says Trump will probably get more time tomorrow, so maybe earlier than 9:30. Maybe. That's an interesting point. Oh, hold on.
Thank you. In 2019, President Donald Trump awarded me the Medal of Honor for my service in Fallujah during the Iraq War. Thank you. Today, I speak across the country on behalf of our military services, and I ask parents, I look them right in the eye, like I'm looking at you, and I ask them, will you give America your sons and daughters to serve in the greatest force for good this world has ever seen, the United States military? I tell them what I learned when I was in combat. Your sons and daughters will be loved. They'll be our family. And that bond, that commitment is for a lifetime. Their response? Well, it's changed in the last couple of years. Now they say, what about the 13 heroes we lost at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan? Now they say, what about the desperate civilians falling off the transport airplanes? Now they ask, what about the American citizens we left behind for the enemy? They say to me, under Biden-Harris, we don't believe you. They no longer see their sacrifice as worthwhile, that their service makes us all better off. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? No. I'll tell you what, we're all going to answer that question in November. Here's something for you. Let's ask it the other way around. Let's ask, are our enemies better off than they were 4 years ago? Iran and its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, China, Russia, Well, Iran is richer, Russia is bigger, and China is stronger. And their unchecked aggression proves that the answer is a resounding yes. The Biden-Harris foreign policy undermines American security, and watching their administration lose the gains President Donald Trump made overseas not only destroys our morale, it empowers our enemies abroad. Under their watch, a record number of American embassies have been forced to evacuate. And military recruitment has plunged, and confidence in the armed forces has reached a 20-year low. Under President Donald Trump, our enemies will know that American power is as decisive as it is overwhelming. And if you provoke the United States of America, we will hurt you. And if you threaten citizens of the United States of America, we will hurt you for generations to come, so help me God. Donald Trump is a commander-in-chief that I am confident to tell parents is at the helm. Donald Trump loves America. He too has bled for the nation that he loves. May God bless America. May God bless our Gold Star families. Thank you for what you've given this country. And may God keep President Donald Trump safe and in his hands. May God make America strong. May God make America great again. Join me in voting for Commander-in-Chief Donald J. Trump for President of the United States. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Afghanistan war veteran, Scott Neal.
Thank you. Look at all these great Americans here. Well, good evening, my fellow Americans. My name is Scotty Neal, and I'm a proud United States Army Green Beret veteran. Thank you. And the most important part is I'm a proud veteran entrepreneur. Almost 23 years ago, Al-Qaeda declared war on America September 11th, 2001. Weeks later, Green Berets from the 5th Special Forces Group became the first Americans in uniform to deploy to Afghanistan, and I was one of them. Thank you. Deep in enemy territory, some of us rode on horses. Some of us went further behind the lines to track down the terrorists who killed our fellow Americans. Today they call us the horse soldiers. Thank you. For the next 17 years, we were on the forefront of this country in Iraq, in Africa. Again and again, we deployed for our fellow Americans. Some of us sacrificed our bodies. Some of us sacrificed our lives for the American people. And for me, America was worth it. Thank you. Thank you. Now, after leaving the military, I wanted to live the American dream I had been defending. And I wanted to start a business with my friends that I served with. Today, my company's known as American Freedom Distillery, and we make Horse Soldier bourbon. We are building our forever home in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, That's right, where true bourbon comes from in a little small town of Somerset. Please come visit us. All of our ingredients are made here in the United States of America. We ensure we hire veterans. We want to prove that America remains the land of opportunity for those brave enough to reach out and grab it. But tragically, almost 3 years ago, my fellow veterans and I recoiled at the bloody anarchy of President Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan. We saw weakness and chaos. We saw 13 of our brothers and sisters lose their lives. Most of us veterans who served got phone calls for those courageous Afghanistans that we fought with in the mountains as they were pleading with us not to leave them behind. Throughout our careers, we never had regrets about our service. But this moral injury caused many of us to ask, why did we serve if this was the outcome? But despite this dark chapter, I know America is good. We're still the shiny city on the hill that everybody wants to come to. But we need a president with a record of making our country better and not worse. And that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. Exactly. He encourages patriotic Americans to celebrate the country they love. He supports anyone brave enough to reach out for the American dream and to fight for it. And he's the only candidate in this race who embodies the American determination and decisiveness. Let's make America strong again. Let's vote for Donald Trump. Thank you. Dio presso liber. God bless America.
It's a loud music. Hey, next up is Kimberly Guilfoyle. She is she is a conservative media personality. She is also, I believe, engaged to Don Jr. Oh, no, they're playing music now. So Kimberly Guilfoyle is coming up next, as far as I'm aware. That's my understanding. An American television news personality and former prosecutor. Oh, there's Trump. Trump is here. Hey, Trump is coming in. Trump just got there, guys. Look, it's Trump. But they're playing copyrighted music. So there he is. Trump is back. He is there. Trump is entering the building. Trump is entering the arena. You can see it in front of you. It's live. There he is. He is wearing his bandage. Yep. Around the same time he came in last night. Around 9 Eastern, 8 Central. I'm sorry I can't play the music, but it's copyrighted music. There he is. He's going to take his seat up there. One of our viewers points out that Kimberly Guilfoyle used to be married to Gavin Newsom. Used to be married to Gavin Newsom, I'm sorry. There is Trump. There he is. He just got there. J.D. Vance will be speaking in about 90 minutes. There is Trump. He has arrived. There is Greg Abbott. governor of Texas, who spoke earlier. He's going to greet some people. The Secret Service, I think, is telling them don't lean over. Don't lean over the railing. There's Marco Rubio. There's Glenn Youngkin, governor of Virginia. There's the speaker and Lauren Boebert right behind him. Okay, here's Kimberly Guilfoyle. Man. She's about to come out.
And please welcome Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Like you, I have spent much of my time the last few days in prayer. And I know that God has put an armor of protection over Donald Trump. We are all reminded that love for our nation and the beauty of life itself transcends all hatred and political divisions. I stand before you tonight, more convinced than ever. This is the most important election in our lifetime. This election will decide the fate of our great nation. And that is why we must elect President Donald John Trump. This is not just a choice between Republicans and Democrats. This is a choice between safety or chaos, wealth or poverty, national sovereignty or open borders. This election is a choice between Joe Biden's vision for American weakness and Donald Trump's vision of American greatness. Donald Trump will once again make our country strong, safe, and prosperous. He will make America feared by our adversaries and respected by our friends. And most importantly, he will always put America first. After 4 years of Joe Biden's disastrous America Last agenda, our country is more dangerous, vulnerable, and impoverished than anyone had thought possible. President Trump handed Biden a booming economy and a strong nation. All Joe had to do was leave it alone and take a nap. But Joe just couldn't help himself. Joe Biden cannot lead America. He cannot even lead himself off a stage. Now Americans are drowning in inflation. Insanity spreads like a cancer in our schools. We are closer to World War III than any time in my life. And we are facing an unprecedented invasion of millions of illegal aliens across our southern border. Rioters and looters go free, while Biden and the Democrats persecute American heroes like Donald Trump. Tens of millions of Americans are made to feel like enemies in our own country. An enemy for wanting to defend our border, for not wanting our children indoctrinated in school, for not wanting to erase our history, for praying to our God, saying what we think, and fighting for what we believe. It is no wonder that the heroes who stormed the beaches of Normandy and faced down communism sadly say they don't recognize our country anymore. This is not an accident. The powerful elites in the swamp will say anything to crush and destroy the America First movement. But we will never give up, and neither will Donald J. Trump. I know I speak for patriots everywhere when I say we are fed up. We are outraged about sex trafficking and drug trafficking across our southern border. We are fed up with the forever wars. We are done being told by the radical left to sit down, shut up, and obey. The Democrat vision for America is governed by fear, hatred, and political oppression. Our vision is defined by a love of our country, love for our fellow citizens, and our love of freedom. In our vision, we will secure the southern border and deport the violent criminal aliens once and for all. In our vision, America will combat foreign aggressors and ensure our service members are protected, not abandoned as they carry out their dangerous missions abroad. Because we know we can only have peace through strength. We will restore an era of national pride where freedom of speech is respected and cancel culture is ended. Where high school girls only compete with other girls, not biological men. Where struggling cities never put criminal illegal aliens above our heroic veterans and brave law enforcement. Where our streets are not ruled by gangs and rioters, but governed by law and order. Where students are freed from failing schools and corrupt teachers' unions through universal school choice. Where our most sacred institutions are not weaponized against political opponents, but are fair, equal, and just. And where we teach our children to love our country, learn our history, and respect our American flag. I believe in America. I believe in our freedom and liberty. And I believe in Donald John Trump. And I want Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and all of the radical Democrats to know this. We will not be bullied into obedience. We will not cower in silence. We will fight for America because we love America. I stand before you as a working mother, a former prosecutor, a Catholic, and a proud Latina. I know personally what every American has now seen with their own eyes. I know the measure of the man that stands before us. Donald Trump will never stop fighting for you. So join me in voting for Donald J. Trump for president again. Victory is in our sights. America's future is in our hands. America's destiny is in our control. And America's prosperity is in our hearts and souls. America, this is your moment. Will you stand for President Trump? Rise up! Rise up! Ladies and gentlemen, lovers of liberty and freedom and the American dream, this is our last chance to make America great again. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and may God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Michael Waltz of Florida.
I am so honored. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Patriots. I am so honored to stand before you as a 27-year Army veteran and the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress. And I'm joined tonight by my beautiful wife, Julia, who, oh, by the way, has more combat tours than I do. Look, folks, we have deployed all over the Middle East, all over Africa, all over Afghanistan, and I have never in my lifetime seen the world falling apart like it is under Joe Biden. And that's because under President Trump, we had a president who defeated ISIS, broke Iran, stood with Israel, always stood with our allies, made China pay. You didn't see any spy balloons under President Trump, did you? He deterred Russia. You know what he told Putin? You try anything, and I'll take the tops off the Kremlin. And he didn't dare, did he? He did under Obama, he did under Biden, but not under Donald J. Trump. He defused North Korea. And importantly, he got our hostages home and didn't pay billions of dollars to get our Americans back. And here's my favorite part about Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief. He sat across the table from the bureaucrats and the generals and said, if you don't give our troops what they need, you know what he told the generals? You're fired. You're out of here. We're cleaning house. Everything takes too long, costs twice as much, and delivers half of what our troops need. And what do we have today? What do we have today with President Biden? What's he focused on? He's focused on pronouns. He's focused on renaming bases. He's focused on DEI, and here's my favorite. He's focused on building electric tanks. Has anybody seen any charging stations in the Middle East for the Biden's electric tanks? And here's what I can tell you straight up in combat. Our enemy's bullets, listen to me folks, our enemy's bullets could give a damn about black, white, or brown, or about religion, or about gender, or about anything else. The only colors that matter in the foxhole are the red, white, and blue, baby. That's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing our military should care about. And that's the only thing our fellow soldiers care about. And that's the only thing President Trump cares about. Now, I want to tell you a story about the man, the leader, the commander-in-chief, that is Donald J. Trump. We all remember Biden's disgraceful withdrawal from Afghanistan, the debacle and the stain on our national conscience that was. The 13 Gold Star families have to relive it every day, the ones that lost their sons and daughters that disgraceful day. Biden won't even take their calls. He calls it an outstanding success. He won't even take a meeting with him. Well, I called President Trump. We talked about it, and he said, Michael, I would love to meet them. Get him up here. Get him up here to Bedminster. He was scheduled, folks, hear me on this. He was scheduled to spend an hour with them. You know how long he spent? He spent 6 hours with them. He met each one. He listened. He cared. One of the moms kind of leaned over to me and she said, do you think he'll sign a picture of my son? I said, oh, hell yeah, he will. Please ask. He will be happy to. And he spent hours more. And if that wasn't enough, he then has them up to dinner. And at the start of the dinner, he promised them this. When he gets back in the White House, he will release all the tapes, all the videos, all the records, all the emails, and give these families the accountability and the transparency that they deserve and that they will never get from Joe Biden. And then God bless this man. This is why I love this man so much. He had them laughing. He had these moms that have been through so much crying. He had them, I love this, we saw DJ Trump in action playing Sinatra, playing Phantom of the Opera. He had these moms dancing with their husbands. 2 of them came up to me afterwards and said, this was the best thing that had happened to them since they had lost their sons. That night with Mr. President, Mr. President, you helped them heal. And I will forever, and they will be forever, and America will forever be grateful to you for that. Patriots, that's the Donald Trump that I've come to know. That's the Donald Trump and the commander-in-chief we all know. That's the Donald Trump the media never wants you to see. That is the Donald Trump we must have as commander-in-chief back in the White House this November. We need it, the country needs it, the world needs it, because we will once again have peace through America's strength. God bless you. I salute you. Let's go fight, 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 and let's win.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give your solemn attention to the following video presentation. Honor Gold Star family.
I can't play the videos because they have music underneath them. I'm sorry, I cannot play the video. I cannot play any of the videos. So, sorry I can't play it, but they have music under them, so I am not allowed to. But if you want, you can turn it on one of the other channels covering it so you can see it. So again, I apologize, but that goes for all of the videos. including this one about Gold Star families. So anyways, I'm sorry I can't, but that is what I have to do. And it'll be the same at the Democratic Convention as well. I don't really want to talk over the video about the Gold Star families. So we'll wait for it and we'll keep an eye on it. And more speakers coming up after. The Democratic Convention, I believe, starts August 19th. And we will be covering that. I assume I'll have footage, so and if I do, we will be covering that like we're covering this. It is currently 9:18. And this goes till 11 tonight, and J.D. Vance will be speaking at 10:30 Eastern Time. And big thanks to all of our moderators who are with us in the chat rooms. Really appreciate all of our moderators for being there. Thank you, moderators. So again, I do apologize. I can't play any of the pre-taped videos with the music underneath. I cannot play the music on those. And tomorrow night is when former President Trump will be speaking. That is tomorrow night. And I appreciate you all being here for the coverage. Thanks for chatting, the people who are chatting. This is a video about Gold Star families. At 9 o'clock, around 9 o'clock East Central Time, about 10 o'clock Eastern, Donald J. Trump Jr. will be speaking, and then Usha Vance, J.D. Vance's wife, will be speaking after that. Oh, I actually have another camera angle I can show starting now. So I'm going to get that on the screen for you. Do I have it here? Or am I going to have to load it in? Let's see. Oh, hold on. I'll get it pulled up here. There, we'll keep that up there. I'll make that a little bigger for you guys. And again, sorry I couldn't play this down for the video. Okay, hold on.
Have never mentioned these fallen soldiers.
Oh, sorry.
President Trump will never forget them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Gold Star families of our fallen heroes.
Shamblin, my daughter-in-law, Sergeant Nicole Leanne G. Was a United States Marine, and she was killed at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan, alongside 12 of her brothers and sister-in-arms. While Joe Biden has refused to recognize their sacrifice, Donald Trump spent 6 hours in Bedminster with us. He allowed us to grieve. He allowed us to remember our heroes. Donald Trump knew all of our children's names. He knew their stories, and he spoke to us in a way that made us feel understood, like he knew our kids. Donald Trump carried the weight for a few hours with me. Yeah. And for the first time since Nicole's death, I felt I wasn't alone in my grief. Thank you. I had expected to meet an arrogant politician. Instead, I met a man who had empathy for us. He was compassionate, and he spent time with us because he knew it would make us feel better. Thank you, President Trump.
I'm Cheryl Jules, Nicole's aunt. Joe Biden said the withdrawal from Afghanistan was an extraordinary success. An extraordinary success. Look at our faces. Look at our pain and our heartbreak. And look at our rage. That was not an extraordinary success. The humiliation of our nation was not an extraordinary success. Joe Biden may have forgotten that our children died, but we have not forgotten. Donald Trump has not forgotten. Joe Biden owes the men and women that served in Afghanistan a debt of gratitude and an apology. Donald Trump loves this country and will never forget the sacrifice and bravery of our service members. Join us in putting him back in the White House.
I'm Alicia Lopez, and this is my husband, Herman. Our son, Corporal Hunter Lopez, whose name Joe Biden has refused to say out loud, was killed on August 26, 2021. He died during Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Hunter was 22 years old and planned to come home to California after his tour to follow in our footsteps. Herman and I work for the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. And our family has a tradition of service in law enforcement. Hunter was excited to carry it on. Instead, in the nearly 3 years since Hunter's been gone, there has been silence. Silence from that empty space at the dinner table, where Hunter would have joined his brothers and sister and us for family gatherings. And there has been a deafening silence from the Biden and Harris administration. Despite our pleas for answers and accountability, they have pushed us away and tried to silence us. The Biden administration has not owned up to the bad decisions. They have not been transparent about their failures. And their so-called leaders work to protect themselves rather than our sons and daughters who took the oath to defend our country.
Thank you. When Hunter and the other service members' bodies were returned to the U.S. in Dover, Delaware, Joe Biden met the plane. But he made the occasion more about his son, lost to cancer, than our sons and daughters, lost on his watch. Worse than that, he has never said their names out loud. And during last month's debate, he claimed no service members have died during his administration. None. That hurt us all deeply. So Alicia and I are here to say the names of all 13 service members who lost their lives all 13 service members who lost their lives at Abbey Gate. David Espinoza. Nicole G. Taylor Hoover. Ryan C. Knaus. Riley McCollum. Dylan Marola. Kareem Nakui. Dagan Page. Johanny Pichardo. Humberto Sanchez. Jared Schmitz. Maxton Soviak. And my son, Hunter Lopez. Joe Biden has to go. He failed the American people. He failed the Afghan people and our military service members. He failed our family, and he failed Hunter. Donald Trump has a proven record of keeping the peace and honoring those in uniform. All of us on this stage recognize the efforts of Mr. Trump. We know this firsthand. We've experienced it. Whenever we've met with him, he has demonstrated compassion. He has joined us on our mission for answers, and he has given hope to our extended Gold Star family.
Now, we have another son serving in the Army. And we do not trust Joe Biden with his life. We have faith that Donald Trump to lead our military. Please join us in supporting Donald Trump for President and Commander-in-Chief.
While campuses struggle to get control of their students.
All right. That was a number of Gold Star families. And we have coming up next, hang on a second here, sorry. I can't play the music under the videos. But coming up next, we have 3 everyday Americans. So in this convention, every night around this time of the convention, kind of right before like the biggest speakers of the night. The Republicans have put a lot of everyday Americans, they call them, on the speaking schedule. So coming up, we have 3 different everyday Americans. And then we have Donald Trump Jr., Usha Vance, wife of J.D. Vance, and then J.D. Vance. Those are the speakers coming up. Okay? So we are bringing you live coverage. Appreciate you joining us. Appreciate all of our moderators being here. Thank you so much. Thanks to our member USA Extreme Weather. And we are about an hour away from J.D. Vance speaking and about a half an hour from Donald Trump Jr. speaking. We are bringing you live coverage. Hey, thanks to Amwise4. Thank you, Amwise4. I appreciate your support. Okay, hold on a second here. What's going on?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Brian Kelly and Anthony McGahee.
I cannot play music, and I think there might be a song going on. I feel like somebody's going to sing. That guy is singing, so I cannot play this. I'll try to take some comments from you guys. Let me thank our mods real quick while I have a chance, because I really appreciate our moderators being in our chat rooms. Moonshine, thank you. BZ, thank you. Ruth Krafasi, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thank you. Thanks to all of our X viewers too. Also, we have moderating on Facebook, K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley. Thank you. Thanks to Jane Summers for subscribing on Facebook, by the way. And Diane Allworth. Hey, and Robert Rial II and Eve Richards. Ronald Egnor is moderating too. Thanks, Ronald. And thanks to our Twitch mods, much appreciated. Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. And thanks to JCon for your support on Twitch. Yeah, I can't play the music. I'm sorry. Why is that coming up? Oh, I see what happened. I'm sorry. I accidentally got rid of the other camera. My bad. Sorry about getting rid of the other camera. I didn't want to do that. We have the camera that shows you the Trump angle. Thanks also Eamon O'Leary, who's watching with family in Seattle. Thanks for your support, Eamon. I appreciate it. Thanks for you and your family for watching. Much appreciated. So we have the camera on Trump on the bottom left and the main camera in the middle. So as soon as the singing is over, we will get you back to the. No, I can't do subtitles for this. That's like YouTube automatically puts subtitles on, and it's not on for this for whatever reason. So maybe because it's a video or something. But I cannot personally put the subtitles. I can't do anything else to get subtitles on. And the theme tonight is Make America Strong Once Again. You can see, it says it right on those number of those monitors there. I don't know what the theme is going to be tomorrow. Maybe it's just going to be Make America Great Once Again or something. Uh-oh, let's see.
Mob tried to take down the American flag on our campus. We knew we couldn't let that happen. We stood guard, we held it up, and we did not let it fall. It was all about respect, not just for the cloth, but for everything that the flag stands for. Too many people have sacrificed everything for it. The least we can do was keep it flying. And tonight, we are proud to honor our flag again.
All right, oops, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have that. I had the names of the people before up on the screen. I'm sorry about that. Again, J.D. Vance will be speaking in about an hour. Don Jr. will be speaking before him, as will his wife, Usha. Oh, they're playing a Trump thing. Hold on.
Greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout. Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome recent Harvard University graduate, Chabos Kastenbaum.
My name is Chabos Kastenbaum. I am a proud first-generation American. I am a proud Orthodox Jew. And as of 5 months ago, I am the proud plaintiff suing Harvard University for its failure to combat anti-Semitism. I came to Harvard to study religion, the foundation of Western civilization. What I found was not theology, but a contempt for it. My problem with Harvard is not its liberalism, but its illiberalism. Too often, students at Harvard are taught not how to think, but what to think. I found myself immersed in a culture that is anti-Western, that is anti-American, and that is anti-Semitic. After October 7th, the world finally saw what I and so many Jewish students across this country experienced almost every day. When I planted 1,200 Israeli and American flags on campus, they were all vandalized within 24 hours. I was harassed by my peers merely for being a Jew and have received countless death threats online. Students and professors have openly called for new Hamas-style attacks against the United States. And perhaps most damning, when Hamas terrorists butchered 45 American citizens on October 7th, when they took 12 Americans hostage, Harvard refused to immediately and unequivocally condemn this atrocity. My fellow Americans, the anti-Semitic bigotry, unfortunately, extends far beyond the universities. Although I once voted for Bernie Sanders, I now recognize that the far left has not only abandoned the Jewish people, but the American people. The Democratic Party, the party I registered to vote for the day I turned 18, has become ideologically poisoned. And it is this poison, it is this corruption that is infecting far too many young American students. Let's be clear. The far left's anti-Semitic extremism has no virtue, and the radicalism on our campuses and on our Sadly, the far left-wing tide of anti-Semitism is rising. But tonight, we fight back. I am proud who violate our laws, harass our Jewish classmates, and desecrate our freedoms. Let's elect a president who will instill patriotism in our school once again. Let's elect a president who will confront terrorism and its supporters once again. Let's elect a president who recognizes that although Harvard and the Ivy Leagues have long abandoned the United States of America, the Jewish people never will, because Jewish values are American values, and American values are Jewish values. God bless the United States. God bless the land of Israel. God bless, protect, and return the American hostages in Gaza now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the parents of an American hostage held in Gaza, Orna and Ronan Nutra.
Our son, Omer, is an American citizen. For 285 long days and nights, Hamas terrorists have been holding Omer imprisoned in tunnels underneath Gaza. Omer, which is a biblical name and means in Hebrew the first crop, is our firstborn. He was born in New York City 1 month after 9/11. 8 months pregnant, I walked across the Queensboro Bridge towards home that day. And here we are, 23 years later, and he's the victim of another vile terrorist attack. Let me tell you a little bit about my son. He's a connector. He's an extremely social person. He loves sports. In high school, he was captain of the soccer ball, volleyball, and basketball teams. He's a natural leader. And he cares deeply about others and about helping them grow. He turned 22 on October 14, 2023. And instead of celebrating with us and with his friends, he spent his birthday as a hostage of Hamas terrorists. Imagine, over 9 months, not knowing whether your son is alive, waking up every morning, praying that he too is still waking up every morning, that he is strong and is surviving. I recite Psalm 23 in his merit every single day. Gam ki elech begei tzal mavet, lo erara ki ata imadi. I walk through the valley of the shadow of the death. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Bring them home. 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 During the brutal October 7 attack on Israel, over 1,200 people were slaughtered. Of them, 45 were American citizens. Where is the outrage? Where is it? This was not merely an attack on Israel. This was and remains an attack on Americans. Omer is one of 8 American hostages and one of 120 hostages still left in Gaza. Citizens of 24 countries and 5 different religions, still held by Hamas, denied basic human needs, their lives threatened every day. President Trump called us personally right after the attack when Omer was taken captive. We know he stands with the American hostages. We need our beautiful son back. And we need your support. We need your support to end this crisis and bring all the hostages back home. Them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
Omer, we love you. We won't stop fighting for you.
Say it with us. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you, everybody. God bless Israel and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, former paratrooper, congressman, and New York State gubernatorial candidate, Lee Zeldin.
Hello, Wisconsin. I'm Lee Zeldin from New York. A nation led by President Trump is a nation stronger, safer, and more secure. As a former 82nd Airborne paratrooper, I want a military focused on being the world's greatest fighting force, not its biggest social experiment. We need a president treating our friends as friends and our adversaries as our adversaries, understanding they only respect strength, not weakness. I was on the House Foreign Affairs Committee under 3 presidents, but only one ended wars without starting new ones. President Donald Trump. As one of 2 Jewish Republicans in Congress, it was amazing to witness history-making progress, strengthening the U.S.-Israel relationship under President Trump, moving our embassy in Israel to Jerusalem,
recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and launching the Abraham Accords, which no one said was possible. Soleimani and the ISIS caliphate were eliminated. President Trump withdrew from the Iran deal. Stopped those insane ransom payments and crippled Iran with maximum pressure. But then everything went downhill under Biden. Yes, the guy who advised Obama not to take out Osama, Joe Biden advised against the mission that killed Osama bin Laden. As an American, and especially as a New Yorker, that's unforgivable. Even in his prime, he had bad judgment. And it's only gotten worse with age. We cannot count on Biden to make this kind of crucial 3 a.m. decision. Heck, we can't rely on him at 3 in the afternoon. He has refilled Iran's coffers. Since October 7th, Biden has pandered to anti-Semites who cheer Hamas's attack. All while Americans are still being held hostage in Gaza. Biden turned 13 Blue Star families into Gold Star families with his fatal withdrawal from Afghanistan, and then he lied about it during last month's debate, claiming that no service members had died under his watch. We must elect President Trump. Whether building an Iron Dome defense shield at home, countering China and other bad actors abroad, or securing our borders, he will make America strong and respected again. President Trump risks everything for us. We need him back in the White House now more than ever before. To make America great again, we must first, and God willing, we will expand the Republican majority in the United States House of Representatives. We will flip the United States Senate. We are going to elect J.D. Vance, our next vice president. And we will make Donald J. Trump the 47th president of these United States. Thank you. God bless you. God bless President Trump and his family, and God bless America.
We are gathered here on freedom's altar, on these.
Okay, so I can't play the music, but what we have now is, so there's one other speaker who was listed, Sergeant William Peckel. But I don't think he spoke, but Lee Zeldin was not on the list. So maybe Lee Zeldin replaced Sergeant William Peckel. Anyways, according to the schedule, now that we're at 9:01 local time, the 3 speakers remaining according to the speaker schedule that I am looking at, published on the RNC website, is Donald Trump Jr., then Usha Vance, wife of J.D. Vance, and then J.D. Vance. So unless there's one other speaker, the next speaker should be Donald J. Trump Jr., Don Jr. That's who I believe is speaking next. But there might be one speaker before that. But I think we're into the... hold on.
Gentlemen, please welcome World War II hero, William Peckerell.
This is William Peckerell. Okay, Donald Trump Jr. is next after this.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Peckerell. I'm a proud Wisconsinite. I'm a proud husband of 76 years old to my wife, Rosemary. I'm a father of 11 children. 6 girls, 5 boys. Our family across 5 generations and a proud World War II veteran. I'm 98 years old. Some call us the greatest generation. That's an honor, considering America is the greatest nation in the history of the world. I will never forget and witness the horror of the Nazis' war camps. In the Battle of the Bulge, my friends and I fought to stop the Nazis' last major push in the Western Front. A few months later, Hitler was dead. The Nazis were defeated. We gave thanks to Almighty God for delivering us from evil. But not many of us came home. I still miss a lot of my friends on that beach. And there were many of us left. There aren't many of us left today. But for us, those of us who are here, that America is still worth fighting for. It hurts my heart to see what our current president and vice president have done to the country I love so well. They humiliated us in Afghanistan. We pushed around in China. Terrorists run wild in the Middle East. And they let our own southern border get overrun. America, people say, America is an idea, but I believe America is much more than that. America is our home. You know, when I was fighting in Europe and I came back home, I kissed the ground, thanking God that I'm back home in my country. And where I come from, when somebody comes for me or my home, you dig in your boots in the ground and never look back. That's the attitude that saved the free world, and those years ago. And President Trump, back in Commander-in-Chief, I would go back to re-enlist today. And I would storm whatever beach my country needs me to fight again. God bless you. God bless our home and the United States of America.
Hang on one second. Hang on a second. Wow, he was a 98-year-old veteran? So thanks to him and all the other veterans for their service, including our viewer Allie B's, I think, grandfather. Thank you, Allie B. and Harper Ann, for your support. And I think he said he was 98. Yes, somebody's saying 98. Wow. We have coming up, we have, I believe the three speakers remaining are Donald Trump Jr., then Usha Vance, wife of J.D. Vance, then J.D. Vance. I think those are the three speakers. Unless there's something I don't know about, those are the three speakers coming up. Donald Trump Jr., Usha Vance, and then J.D. Vance, the VP nominee. I appreciate your joining the stream and being here. Thank you for being here. And we will also be covering... Oh, you know what I got back? I'm sorry. I actually have the... For a moment, I lost that shot, but I have it back now. There is Trump right there. So, talking to Doug Burgum, I believe. And we will be covering this tomorrow night too, when Trump is speaking. Oop. Looks like maybe they're finishing. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, Donald J. Trump Jr.
They're playing music. They're playing music, so I gotta wait till they stop playing the music. Hold on. They're playing music. I gotta hold off until they stop playing the music. Sorry. Nope. Playing a walk-on song for him.
Evening, America. Before I begin my remarks, I'm going to do something a little uncharacteristic. A Trump is going to give up the microphone. Doesn't happen often. You may never see it again. But I got a call on Monday morning from a young lady who said, "Dad, I want to speak at the RNC." I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my grandpa is actually like. So for the first time ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
Hi everyone, my name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always wants to know how we're doing in school. When I made the high honor roll, he printed it out to show his friends how proud he was of me. He calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his. But then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. I know. And he's always surprised that I don't let him get to me. But I have to remind him, I'm a Trump too. Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself to be the most successful person I can be. Obviously, he sets the bar pretty high, but who knows, maybe one day I'll catch him. On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot, and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing. Grandpa, you are such an inspiration, and I love you. The media makes my grandpa seem like a different person, but I know him for who he is. He's very caring and loving. He truly wants the best for this country, and he will fight every single day to make America great again. Thank you very much.
A lot of proud moments this week from my family. Thank you again, guys. Really appreciate that. That's not easy. That's the first time. I mean, this is what we call a large crowd for a speech, so incredible work, Kai. Now, back to business. Guys. Thank you, sir. Tonight we gather here in Milwaukee at one of the most crucial moments in American history. Just days ago, something that once seemed unimaginable became a terrifying reality. My father came under literal fire as an incredible patriotic rally turned into a tragedy. On a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, a brave firefighter died. Others were injured, and as those bullets rained down, we came millimeters away from one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. But we did lose an American hero that day. We wish that he were with us tonight, but his memory will live on forever in the hearts of his family, his community, and the nation that he loved. So I would like to take just a moment tonight to express our gratitude for the life and service of American hero Corey Comparator. They say you can't truly know how you'll respond in a moment of danger until you're actually confronted with it. So what was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion. That the next American president has the courage to put the American people first once again. And in that moment, my father didn't just show his character, he showed America's character. When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag at his back, the world saw a spirit that could never be broken. And that is the true spirit of America. America knows what it's like to be down. We know what it's like to be confused and to be afraid. Long before the attempt on my father's life, every American I met was filled with fear and anxiety. They were afraid our country was being torn apart. They were anxious about the massive and chaotic invasion of illegal aliens across our border. They were deeply concerned about partisan lawfare, education indoctrination, and attacks on freedom of speech. Most terrifying of all, they saw that our leaders didn't care, or worse, that they joyfully aided and abetted the erosion of our rights. And the lies. Oh yeah, the lies. We won't ever forget the lies. From left-wing politicians, from their allies in the media. When you hear them in a row, you fully understand the extent they have gone to divide this great nation. They lied about Russia collusion. They lied about Hunter's laptop. They lied about Joe Biden's fitness for office. They lied about the border being secure. They lied about inflation being transitory. They lied about how they would safely withdraw from Afghanistan. They lied about Biden being a, quote, moderate. And they told one nonstop lie after another about my father. But they could only run away from reality for so long. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible to hide anymore. Remember Build Back Better? Instead, we got broke, bumbling Biden. Nothing is built, nothing is back, and nothing is better. Bridges are collapsing. Our credibility is crumbling, and our money is worth less and less every single day. It was just one giant bait and switch, and normal Americans are the ones left holding the bag. Housing costs, gasoline prices, grocery bills just keep going up. Wave after wave of illegal aliens, deadly drugs keep pouring across our border. Meanwhile, pro-crime district attorneys have turned our cities into giant crime zones. They've turned criminals into victims, prosecutors into criminal defense attorneys, and police into public enemies. Left-wing activists are pretending to be educators, teaching our kids that there are 57 genders, but they can't even define what a woman is. On one hand, they think free speech protects their right to expose your children to explicit drag shows. On the other hand, they want to put you in jail for making a meme. It's like the entire world has been turned upside down. Does any of this sound like a country that's going in the right direction? And honestly, who is actually running the country anyway? It's obviously not Joe Biden. So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, who's running things? Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter? Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of Corn Pop. Whoever is running the show, the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right? They punished him for merely speaking the truth. They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook. In this country, we don't criminalize political differences. We debate them. We vote on them. But we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell. There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there. It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr. You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme Democrat Party, they want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards, where hiring decisions are based solely on race, where justice is only for those with the right opinions, where streets are a luxury only for the elite, where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people. Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love, feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and proud, an America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way we stumbled. Somewhere along the way we lost ourselves. But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come. Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd. And what did he say? And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices. We will fight with our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote. I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough. And the good news is, America is Trump tough. In 1912, more than a century ago, another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's bullet. But he didn't quit either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting. My friends, I don't believe in coincidences, but I do believe in God's plan. Today, Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena has a name, and it's Donald J. Trump. Remember, my father didn't have to run for re-election this year. He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either. But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for everyone here tonight, for everyone watching at home. No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again. Look at me and my friend J.D. Vance, a kid from Appalachia and a kid from Trump Tower in Manhattan. We grew up worlds apart, yet now we're both fighting side by side to save the country we love. And by the way, J.D. Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president. For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home, there's room for you in this party and in this movement. In fact, you're the ones who matter most of all. My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people who really work for a living. It's because of his background as a builder in construction, right? In construction, it doesn't matter how smart your architect is if you don't have the best guys laying the bricks. People with grit, people who get their hands dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the bureaucrats who rule over us have never built anything in their lives. It's time to build something real, something tangible, something that will last and leave this country better off for our children. That's my father's mission. This November, we have a choice. It's a choice between one team that wants to build this country up and another that wants to tear this country down. It's a choice between people who are proud of America and people who are ashamed of America. And ultimately, it's a choice between America last and America first. So if you love this country from the bottom of your heart, if you want to bring back common sense, if you want to save the American dream, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect my father, Donald J. Trump. Together, we will make America great once again. Thank you. Thank you, Wisconsin.
All right, that was Donald Trump Jr. And coming up, Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance. And I believe the next speaker will be introducing J.D. Vance, his wife Usha Vance. So looks like we're getting a little music here. J.D. Vance will be speaking very shortly after his wife Usha introduces him. So we're going to see this. And then tomorrow night, former President Trump himself will be speaking tomorrow night at the end of the session tomorrow night. I appreciate you all being here for our live coverage. Thank you so much to our moderators in the chat rooms. Hey, thanks to Red Squirrel for your support. And we are waiting for J.D. Vance. Probably for a lot of people in the country, maybe the first time they'll have seen him speak. You know, if you follow news a lot, you might know who he is, but I think a fair amount of people in the country might not be that familiar with him. So he can introduce himself to a number of people who haven't seen him, and obviously some people who have seen him before. That is coming up very shortly, very shortly. I don't know how long J.D. Vance's wife will speak for. That I do not know. But thank you for being here. Tanya Bond says, I'm excited to see what Trump has to say about Biden, or as he calls him, Crooked Joe. So we'll see how it goes for J.D. Vance. D. Moores, our viewer, says, Vance will be interesting. Pink says, I don't know him. I am in Canada. Also, just so you guys know, I've been reposting a couple of these videos on my X account. So apparently the head of the Secret Service was actually in Milwaukee tonight. And there's video of several Republican senators like chasing her around, asking her questions about what happened with, the assassination attempt on Saturday. So I've posted a couple videos on my X account. I can post them in the chat too. I can't show them because I don't own the videos. And I don't know who took them. But I'm going to post a couple of them in the chat right now. But they're also on my X account, @Lookner on X. Or are they finishing up playing? Hold on. No, they're still playing. They're still playing. Thank you, BDK, for your support. I really appreciate it. BDK, thank you. The head of the Secret Service. She is at the convention hall. I guess she's at the building where this is taking place. I don't know why she's there, but she's there. So several Republican senators were like asking her questions, and then as she walked away, they walked after her, kind of yelling questions at her. Here's a video of J.D. Vance, but I can't play the music underneath it, guys, unfortunately. So I can't play the music under the videos. So they're doing a video about J.D. Vance now. I'm sorry I can't play the music, but that is the way it is with all of the videos. I am planning on covering the Democratic Convention, and when I cover that convention, I will not be able to play the music under those videos either. But they're doing this J.D. Vance introduction video now. Yeah, I haven't read why she's there, why the head of the Secret Service is there tonight. I honestly don't know. Yeah, Politico said 4 GOP senators confronted the Secret Service director. Doesn't say why she was there, though. Jesse's girl says probably wanted to apologize to Trump. I don't know if she spoke to Trump or is going to be speaking to Trump while she's there. It's a good question, but I don't know. She actually is going... The last I heard, I had read a report that she is going to testify in front of a congressional hearing, I think next week. But don't hold me to that. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, now, I believe this is J.D. Vance's wife coming. I can't play the music. That's copyrighted music. Once she gets out there, that's Usha Vance. Sorry, I'll turn it. She's going to talk right now. Okay, here we go.
Good evening. Good evening. When I was asked to introduce my husband, J.D. Vance, to all of you, I was at a loss. What could I say that hasn't already been said before? After all, the man was already the subject of a Ron Howard movie. J.D. has shared much of his life through his own eloquent words. In his book, Hillbilly, during his Senate campaign, and now as a sitting United States Senator. It occurred to me that there was only one thing to do: to explain from the heart why I love and admire J.D. and stand here beside him today, and why he will make a great Vice President of the United States. I met J.D. in law school when he was fresh out of Ohio State, which he attended with the support of the GI Bill. We were friends first because, I mean, who wouldn't want to be friends with JD? He was then, as now, the most interesting person I knew. A working class guy who had overcome childhood traumas that I could barely fathom to end up at Yale Law School. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good time was playing with puppies and watching the movie Babe. The most determined person I knew with one overriding ambition: to become a husband and a father, and to build the kind of tight-knit family that he had longed for as a child. My background is very different from JD's. I grew up in San Diego, in a middle-class community, with two loving parents, both immigrants from India, and a wonderful sister. That JD and I could meet at all, let alone fall in love and marry, is a testament to this great country. It is also a testament to JD, and it tells you something about who he is. When JD met me, he approached our differences with curiosity and enthusiasm. He wanted to know everything about me, where I came from, what my life had been like. Although he's a meat and potatoes kind of guy, he adapted to my vegetarian diet and learned to cook food from my mother, Indian food. Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position, but it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American dream. A boy from Middletown, Ohio. Raised by his grandmother through tough times, chosen to help lead our country through some of its greatest challenges. I am grateful to all of you for the trust you have placed in him and in our family. And with that, it is my great privilege to introduce my husband and the next Vice President of the United States, JD Vance.
All right, I have to wait till the music's done. It's JD Vance is coming out. He's about to speak. Vice presidential nominee JD Vance, there he is. You can see him. I will turn the sound on as soon as the music stops playing. All right, there is JD Vance. That was his wife, Usha Vance. We still got the music playing. Thanks for your patience while I wait for the music to stop, but we will hear his speech. Hang on a second here. Oh, we're still playing the music. All right, hang on a moment. We are going to wait and hear his speech here, and we will talk. I will be quiet during his speech, and I will talk to you guys after the speech. I will pop up again.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. First of all, aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely and amazing? Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio. Tonight, O-H-I-O, O-H-I-O. You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here, so. My friends, tonight is a night of hope, a celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again. And it is a reminder of the sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren. But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country. He didn't need politics, but the country needed him. Did it? Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a life. And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves this country. I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life. Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him, defiant, fist in the air, when Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field. All of America stood with him. And what did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater, to once again be citizens who ask what our country needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said he was a tyrant. They said he must be stopped at all costs. But how did he respond? He called for national unity, for national calm, literally right after an assassin nearly took his life. He remembered the victims of the terrible attack, especially the brave Corey Compertori, who gave his life to protect his family. God bless him. And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work. Now that's the man I've gotten to know personally over the last few years. He is tough, and he is, but he cares about people. He can stand defiant against an assassin one moment and call for national healing the next. He is a beloved father and grandfather, and of course, a once-in-a-generation business leader. He's the man who is feared by America's adversaries, but 2 nights ago, and I'll share a moment, said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys. He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America. Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years, united in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas. And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America. Now, never in my wildest imagination could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight. I grew up in Middletown, Ohio, a small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good jobs to Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs. When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small towns like mine in Ohio or next door in Pennsylvania or Michigan, in states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And I agree. And somehow, a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong. President Trump knew even then that we needed leaders who would put America first. Now, thanks to these policies that Biden and other out-of-touch politicians in Washington gave us, our country was flooded with cheap Chinese goods, with cheap foreign labor, and in the decades to come, deadly Chinese fentanyl. Joe Biden screwed up, and my community paid the price. Now, I was lucky. despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine. In my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers. Mamaw raised me as my mother struggled with addiction. Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. She was a woman of very deep Christian faith. But she also loved the F word. I'm not kidding. She could make a sailor blush. Now, she once told me, when she found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid who was known for dealing drugs, that if I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over with her car. That's true. And she said, JD, no one will ever find out about it. Now, thanks to that Mamaw, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country. I enlisted in the United States Marines. Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University. I'm sorry, Michigan. I had to get that in there. Come on, come on. We've had enough political violence. Now, after Ohio State, I went to Yale Law School, where I met my beautiful wife. And then I started businesses to create jobs in the kind of places that I grew up in. Now, my work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country. We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry. A leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump. Some people tell me I've lived the American dream, and of course they're right, and I'm so grateful for it. But the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband and a good dad, of being able to give. I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up, and that's the accomplishment that I'm proudest of. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our three beautiful kids, Ewan, who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back at the hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock. But my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear, "They died of an overdose." As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working-class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next Vice President of the United States of America. But my fellow Americans here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me. It's about all of us, and it's about who we're fighting for. It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs. It's about the factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship. It's about the energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin-pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country. You guys are a great crowd. Wow. And And it's about, our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and addiction but never gave up. And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here, 10 years clean and sober. I love you, Mom. And you know, Mom, I was thinking, it'll be 10 years officially in January of 2025, and if President Trump's okay with it, let's have the celebration in the White House. And our movement, ladies and gentlemen, it's about grandparents all across this country who are living on Social Security and raising grandchildren they didn't expect to raise. And while we're on the topic of grandparents, let me tell you another Mamaw story. Now, my Mamaw died shortly before I left for Iraq in 2005. And when we went through her things, we found 19 loaded handguns. They were... Now, the thing is, they were stashed all over her house, under her bed, in her closet, in the silverware drawer. And we wondered what was going on, and it occurred to us that towards the end of her life, Mamaw couldn't get around so well. And so this frail old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit. Now, Joe Biden has been a politician in Washington for longer than I've been alive, 39 years old. Kamala Harris is not much further behind. For half a century, he's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker and poorer. And in 4 short years, Donald Trump reversed decades of betrayals inflicted by Joe Biden and the rest of the corrupt Washington insiders. He created the greatest economy in history for workers. Really was amazing. There's this chart that shows worker wages, and they stagnated for pretty much my entire life until President Donald J. Trump came along. Workers' wages went through the roof. And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years. Months ago, I heard some young family member observe that their parents' generation, the baby boomers, could afford to buy a home when they first entered the workforce. But I don't know, this person observed, if I'll ever be able to afford a home. The absurd cost of housing is the result of so many failures, and it reveals so much about what's broken in Washington. I can tell you exactly how it happened. Wall Street barons crashed the economy and American builders went out of business. As tradesmen scrambled for jobs, houses stopped being built. The lack of good jobs, of course, led to stagnant wages. And then the Democrats flooded this country with millions of illegal aliens. So citizens had to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for precious housing. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, my friends, is really an affordability crisis. And many of the people that I grew up with can't afford to pay more for groceries, more for gas, more for rent, and that's exactly what Joe Biden's economy has given them. So prices soared, dreams were shattered, and China and the cartels sent fentanyl across the border, adding addiction to the heartache. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of our story. We've heard about villains and their victims. I've talked a lot about that, but let me tell you about the future. President Trump's vision is so simple and yet so powerful. We're done, ladies and gentlemen, catering to Wall Street. We'll commit to the working man. We're done importing foreign labor. We're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages. We're done buying energy from countries that hate us. We're going to get it right here from American workers in Pennsylvania and Ohio and across the country. We're done sacrificing supply chains to unlimited global trade, and we're going to stamp more and more products with that beautiful label, Made in the USA. We're going to build factories again, put people to work making real products for American families made with the hands of American workers. Together, we will protect the wages of American workers and stop the Chinese Communist Party from building their middle class on the backs of American citizens. Together, we will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity of the American taxpayer. Together, we will send our kids to war only when we must. But as President Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard. Together, we will put the citizens of America first, whatever the color of their skin. We will, in short, make America great again. You know, one of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms. That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future. And let me illustrate this with a story, if I may. I'm, of course, married to the daughter of South Asian immigrants to this country. Incredible people. People who genuinely have enriched this country in so many ways. And, of course, I'm biased because I love my wife and her family, but it's true. Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky. And I guess standing here tonight, it's just gotten weirder and weirder, honey. But that's what she was getting. Now, that cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky is near my family's ancestral home. And like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now that's Kentucky coal country, one of the 10 Now, it's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America. They are very hardworking people, and they're very good people. They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat. And our media calls them privileged and looks down on them. But they love this country not only because it's a good idea, but because in their bones they know that this is their home. And it will be their children's home, and they would die fighting to protect it. That is the source of America's greatness. As a United States Senator, I get to represent millions of people in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. 7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country if they were asked to. Now that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles. Even though the ideas and the principles are great, that is a homeland. That is our homeland. People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first. Now, we won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history, is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come. Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, the United States of America is as strong and as proud and as great as ever. That is who we serve, my friends. That is who we fight for. And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country. Now, I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again. And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this. I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from. And every single day for the next 4 years, when I walk into that White House to help President Trump, I will be doing it for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless our great country.
All right, that was J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee. Unfortunately, I can't play the music, so I'm going to cut the sound for now while they're playing the music. And there's his wife, and I believe his mother is there too. And we're going to talk a little bit about it. I'll read some of your comments on the year. He is the last speaker tonight, and tomorrow will be the fourth and final night of the convention. And former President Trump will be speaking tomorrow night. Former President Trump will be the final speaker tomorrow night. So we'll be covering that too. So let me know what you thought. I'm going to read some of your comments. And thanks to KLM for your support. I appreciate that. And Danette says his entire family. I'm guessing it's his family. I don't know for sure. I would assume so. Are they still playing music? Yeah, they're playing music. So, H. Parsons says not sure about him yet. It's interesting when he talks about like fighting for the workers against like big business. It's kind of interesting to hear. He wasn't talking about that the whole speech, but it's interesting to hear that kind of thing at a Republican convention. So that was interesting. One interesting thing I thought. Let's see here. But we're going to take some of your comments on the year. Rob S. said, really like this guy. Betsalel thinks it was a solid speech, but as expected. Yeah, I didn't think, like, I don't know, like, is there anything in that speech? Yeah, it wasn't like there were any kind of, like, crazy moments or something, right? So, yeah, you know, I don't think there's anything where, like, tomorrow people will be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened during the speech. So, which can be both bad but also good, you know. So I don't think there were any kind of crazy mistakes or anything that I saw. But yeah, so he's like a more, at least in that speech, he's not like someone like Vivek or like Ron DeSantis when I think of speeches from the convention. Like it wasn't like a rabble-rousing speech. It wasn't like that. I think he did try to like connect himself to like, you know, people who in like Midwestern states and people who grew up. Oh, hold on a second here.
Delegates and alternates, Republicans around the world, tonight, in this hall, we had a chance to see what strength is like. Strength looks like heartbroken Gold Star families talking about their loved ones and talking about their loss. Strength looks like fraternity brothers facing down a hostile crowd to save the American flag. Strength looks like thousands of law enforcement officers from all across the country here to protect us tonight. Strength tonight looks like all of the soldiers and the sailors and the airmen and the Marines around the world keeping America safe home and abroad. Strength looks like a teenage daughter standing on this stage and talking to America about the love that she has for her grandfather. Strength looks like a kid born in rural Appalachia who put himself through school and answered a call to service when America needed him and joined the Marines, and has answered another call to serve as our next vice president. And strength looks like a man who gave up a successful business career and a comfortable life to fight every single day for the American people, who has suffered hoax after hoax after hoax, who has endured politically motivated prosecutions and lawsuits all across the country, and who, when he was knocked down by a would-be assassin's bullet, got back up and encouraged America to fight, fight, fight. Ladies and gentlemen, we know what strength looks like, and we know that America is a nation of inherent strength. And we, as a nation of inherent strength, are going to be strong again. For tonight's benediction, please welcome the lead pastor at Bayou Blue Assembly in Houma, Louisiana, Pastor Packy Thompson.
Well, hello, Milwaukee. I bring you greetings from the great state of Louisiana, from my church, Bayou Blue Assembly of God in Houma, Louisiana, and from the small town I grew up in Jena, Louisiana. I am proud to be with all of you here tonight for this historic convention, and I thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for his blessings. I would like to thank the RNC for allowing me to be here. And I would like to thank President Trump for all that he has done for our country. I want you to know, sir, that you are loved and respected in my state of Louisiana. Would y'all stand and pray with me, please? Heavenly Father, we are grateful for your mercy and your protection here tonight. Father, we give you glory and honor because you alone deserve to be honored. Father, I thank you for giving us a man to stand in the gap for us, a man who has made up the hedge for the American people, a man who has protected our nation from those who would harm us. Father, we thank you for raising up President Donald J. Trump to be the 47th President of the United States of America. And I also thank you for protecting him from the evil that was perpetrated last Saturday. Father, I ask that you would unite our country once again, a nation, Lord God, under your leadership. Father God, help us to elect leaders that will help us to become the lead country in the world, to hold the values that our forefathers intended for us when they drafted the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. Father, I ask that you would help us to elect men and women of God who will protect the rights that were promised to every American, protect us from tyranny, and restore truth back to the public square. Father, I pray for the Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance tonight, that you would give them grace, strength, and wisdom to guide our country once again. Father God, help make America great. Once again, I ask it in Jesus' name. And everybody said, amen. Yes.
The chair recognizes the delegate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I am Fred Keller from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the birthplace of America. I make the motion that this convention now adjourn.
The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, this convention stands adjourned until 5 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Doesn't he have wasn't it a smaller gavel? But didn't it used to be a big gavel the last couple of nights? Right? What happened to the big gavel? That was a small gavel. It's like 1/20th, 1/15th the size or something. Anyways, hey, we're back, and I want to hear from you guys. We were talking about J.D. Vance. We were reading some of your comments about him. He spoke tonight, the vice presidential nominee. And tomorrow night is the final night of the Republican convention. Trump will be speaking, so we will be covering that live. And then we will cover the Democratic convention. As long as assuming I have video of it, which I think I will, that's going to be coming up in August. I think August 19th is the first night of the Democratic convention. Gregory Albright says, I prefer the smaller gavel. Hey, I owe a quick thanks to, by the way, I want to say a quick thanks to David Curtis. Really appreciate your support. David Curtis, thank you, over there on Twitch. Hang on a moment here. So let me read some of your comments. What did you guys think? We'll read some more of your comments. This Overkill says, what happened to the jumbo gavel? Oh, we have Trump. Trump is walking out in the lower left. You can see Trump walking out. Maybe I'll make that a little bigger while we have that shot. There he is. There's Trump on the Trump cam. We're going to lose the Trump cam in a second. All right, that's it for the Trump cam. Danette says, I enjoyed the speech. Hey, thanks to Buster. Appreciate it, Buster. But you got it, Buster. I think you kind of need to change your name. You know that, Buster? Kind of need to change the screen name. But I appreciate your support. Let's see here. Let me read some more comments from you guys. Jocks Afrinia thinks tomorrow is going to be lit. The student handicap thinks this RNC and VP pick are independent and undecided vote magnets. I'd be surprised if a Biden-Harris ticket in November gets 200 electoral votes after this week. So the student handicap thinks it's gone well for Republicans. That's what our viewer, the student handicap, thinks. Hey, by the way, I saw another story about what's going on with Democrats encouraging Biden to not run. So a news story came out tonight from CNN saying that former Speaker Pelosi privately told Biden in a recent conversation that polling shows he cannot defeat Trump and the president could destroy Democrats' chance of winning the House in November if he keeps running. And then the president responded reportedly by pushing back on that and saying polls indicate he can win. So what's happened today is a very prominent Democrat, Adam Schiff, who is probably going to end up being a senator from California after this election, he came out against Biden running. And then tonight, ABC News reported that the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer this past weekend told Biden to not run in a private meeting with Biden this weekend. And then there's this now story that's coming out from CNN, which is that Pelosi privately told Biden that that he can't win. So I've heard some reporters say what they think is happening is that a number of major figures in the Democratic Party recently went to Biden to discourage him from running. And now that he is still not listening to them and running, now these stories are starting to get leaked out about these conversations, which is an interesting theory. That does seem to be like what's going on. That you have like both with Pelosi and Schumer. It's like this idea, well, recently they talked to Biden. And basically they told him not to run. In the case of Schumer, the report is he did tell him not to run. And then Schumer's office, they didn't say the story was true, but they didn't say it was false. They didn't deny the story. And they could have. So it seems like we might be starting to see more Democrats coming out in the open against Biden running. And that is certainly something to keep on your radar. Keep that on your radar, folks, because it's a really big deal that Schumer, that this report came out about Schumer telling Biden not to run. And this is a big story. I mean, unless Pelosi like absolutely denies it, I mean, if she wants, she can come out and say, that's not true at all. But unless she does that, it probably is true. We'll have to see. I know we've been focusing on the Republicans more this week as the convention, but there's a big situation in the Democratic Party right now to keep an eye on. Okay. Let's see here. Violent Lilac says no one's going to win against Trump. Well, I think among Democrats, the worry is not just president. It's the House and the Senate. Because there's a worry that if Biden runs, in a number of states, Biden is running way behind Senate candidates. And there's a worry that if Biden runs, it could hurt Democratic candidates for the House and Senate. It's possible that some people who want him to run think that they're not going to be Trump for president, and they more care about the House or Senate, or both. Hang on a second here. I am the DJ says, fine, but who will step up to run? By the way, a very interesting thing. No, look, everything Biden says suggests he still wants to run from everything he says publicly. So I have no information that he's not going to run. I will say this. This convention has been very, very Biden-focused. The Republicans have made a decision basically to assume Biden is running, or just attack Biden. So if Biden didn't run, it would be a very interesting scenario where basically the entire convention was focused on Biden. It's an interesting choice they made, because I certainly don't think there's even to me, it just seems like there's been some significant chance of him not running. Not to say he won't, and you might argue whether it's more likely than not. But even if there was like a 20 or 25% chance of Biden not running, it's interesting that the Republicans really have made it very Biden focused. Because they could have said some stuff about Biden, but also kind of made it more of a stuff, say no matter who they run kind of stuff. But that's not been the focus. It's been very specifically focused on Biden. So it'll be very interesting if by some chance Biden doesn't run. I'm not saying he won't, but if by some chance he does, then the entire convention has been spent attacking somebody who's not running. But we'll see what happens. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, I didn't know how the Republicans were going to handle it, whether they would focus on Biden or whether they'd sort of maybe try to kind of focus more on a general Democratic picture. But it certainly has been very Biden focused. Let's see here. Cherry Cola says, more than president at stake. And then there's this other question. H. Parsons thinks they should be focusing more on Democrats in general. So there's another question, is when Trump speaks tomorrow night, is the vibe going to be, he has talked about, I believe he said after the assassination attempt, he was going to focus more on making a speech, more of a unity speech. Is the speech that Trump gives tomorrow night going to be kind of the typical speech you'd expect him to give, or will it be different? I don't know. I don't know what to expect from former President Trump tomorrow night. We'll just have to see. We'll have to see. But, you know, again, I don't want to sit here and tell you Biden's not running, because he certainly acts like he's running. But I would certainly see, again, I just want to emphasize this. The start of the day, we had Adam Schiff, who's a prominent Democrat and very close to Pelosi. He came out and openly said Biden shouldn't run. Then we had the story reported by ABC News, which I'm guessing was leaked by somebody close to Schumer, which said that Chuck Schumer, Senate Majority Leader, met with Biden this weekend and told him not to run. And then we're having tonight this story, which seems like another leak. I would assume it's somebody close to Pelosi leaking it, where the CNN story is that Pelosi privately told Biden polls show he cannot win, and that he risked losing the House for Democrats if he ran. So, I mean, this is all happening on the same day. Doesn't seem like a coincidence to me. And I heard one analyst or reporter suggest that this might be a signal to other Democrats that it's okay for them to come out and say something, say like, I don't want Biden to run. I mean, there's about 20 or so Democrats in Congress who said they don't want Biden to run. There's more than that have said they want him to run, but it's not like the highest number is people who haven't committed either way. There's a large number who have not been open about what they want at all. So when they could have easily just come out and said we want him to run. So it's going to be very interesting the coming days to see if we start seeing more Democrats come out and say, I don't think he should run, or if we don't. So we'll have to see what happens. So a lot going on. And of course, it'll be interesting to see Trump's speech tomorrow. Who else is speaking tomorrow? I have to look it up. Is Eric Trump speaking tomorrow? Because he hasn't spoken yet. I'm sure he's speaking. Oh, I think I have something here. USA Today had a list. I'm looking. Tomorrow, I think they said it's... Oh, Dana White is supposed to speak. That's true. Tucker Carlson is supposed to speak. Excellent. Thanks for the recall. Naruto loser. And Annette mentioned Dana White. Yes, they are both supposed to speak. Dana White and Tucker Carlson. You are both right. Mike Pompeo has not spoken. He's supposed to speak. I mean, there's others as well. I'm just thinking of like the most prominent names. Franklin Graham, faith leader, according to USA Today, is supposed to speak. I would say probably the headliners tomorrow, of course, Trump will be from former President Trump, besides former President Trump, Eric Trump and Tucker Carlson and Dana White. The official start time tomorrow, it's confusing with the start time, but I think they said 5. I think it starts at 5 local time, 6 Eastern time. Let me call this up here. I have a schedule right in front of me. Now I'm confused. Now I'm a little confused because the schedule I think says 6 local time. Now I just don't know. He said 5, right? Rivers says he said 5, and I can tell you that the Reuters feed I use, they will be on before 5. So it looks like we're talking about. Oh, hold on a second. No, hold on. The Reuters feed suggests it's going to be 6. I don't remember what he said. Well, all I can tell you is the Reuters feed looks like they're going for 6 local time. The original schedule said 6 local time. But I'm not positive. I'll wait till tomorrow and see what happens. They said 5 local time in the thing. Again, so it sounds like there might be some conflicting information out there. Whatever they said tonight, I'll wait till tomorrow and see what is being announced. So, again, because I'm looking at the Reuters schedule and it says that their broadcast from inside will be starting tomorrow at 6:30 Eastern. Oh, thanks, Kimberly Ann, for your support. I appreciate that, Kimberly Ann, and also Ben Foster. Thanks, Ben. Thanks for shouting out the mods, too. Kimberly Ann says, can't wait till tomorrow. Sign up for our free notifications. We have a free notifications system. You know that? It's free. You sign up once, and you get sent a message whenever we go live right beforehand. We do it through Discord. It works really well. The mods can post the link to the notifications in the chat. Also, you can find it in the description of this broadcast on Facebook and YouTube. But sign up for the free notifications. That way, you'll know whenever I'm going on the air. It could be at some crazy hour to cover some big news. I never know when the news is going to happen. So I know when the convention is, but not when. Well, most news I don't know when I'm coming on in advance. Sunday, sunny Florida says Trump did say there will be some surprises. One of our viewers just said there's a movie about J.D. Vance. Hillbilly Elegy, the movie. There's J.D. Vance. There's a book by J.D. Vance, but there's a movie on Netflix. Hillbilly Elegy with Glenn Close and Amy Adams, and it's about him, I guess. It's because it's based on the book. I've never seen the movie. I haven't read the book either. Our viewer limited edition thought it was an excellent movie. Harper Ann says, I'm getting ready to watch it. All right, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Oregon guy says the best move for Schumer-Pelosi shift in the Democrats is Amendment 25. The 25th Amendment is meant for it's a constitutional amendment which allows the presidency to the power of the presidency to be passed to someone else if the president is considered like incapable of fulfilling the duties of the office. I don't think that the way that is normally understood, that those people like Pelosi and Schumer think that Biden is like incapable of fulfilling the duties of the office, the way that is normally understood. I think it's more intended to be something like, you know, what if a president wakes up one day and doesn't even know who he is anymore? You know, like he thinks he's a person who lives in a different country with a different name. You can imagine a situation like that. So yeah, it says, the section you're talking about is Section 4, of 25th Amendment, whenever the Vice President and majority of blah, 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 and a bunch of other people, when they believe that the President is, quote, unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. I don't believe that as that phrase is meant to be understood in the 25th Amendment, that Biden is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. So I don't see that happening, as I understand it. And I am not a constitutional expert, and I am not a lawyer, but that is my layman's understanding of that. Thank you, Oregon guy, for writing in, though. Let's see here. That's a whole other interesting topic. It's late. I don't want to get into all that right now. You can go look up the 25th Amendment if you want to read more about it. All right. I'm going to take a couple more comments and I'm going to get off the air. I had to get up early. There was a fix going on here today. And there's another fix going on tomorrow. So I need to get some sleep. Let's see. Our viewer PZ Papa Zulu says, watching the Dems in disarray is a dream come true. Gregory Albright says, Biden is refusing to go, which is terribly inconvenient for the Democrats. Shaggy thinks Joe's going nowhere, you're all dreaming. All right, guys, I think it's time. Oh, by the way, somebody mentioned Melania. Gina Marie U.S. mentioned Melania. Melania Trump and Ivanka Trump are both supposed to be at the convention tomorrow, as I understand it, but supposedly they're not going to speak, as I understand it. That's the report I heard. Okay. Guys, I think it's our time. So we are going to come back tomorrow. We'll bring you live coverage. We actually got some breaking news. When we were here, we came on early so we could cover the Biden speech in Las Vegas, and then he didn't make the speech, and the person at the speech announced that he had COVID and couldn't go. So we actually saw that live. He has mild symptoms. He is in Delaware, and he is isolating there while still doing presidential duties. All right. So, hey, I really appreciate you guys being here for the stream. We will be covering the fourth and final night tomorrow, and let's say a huge, thanks for letting me read your comments on the air and writing in. And let's say a huge shout out to our moderators. It is busy in the chat. We have a lot of people with a lot of different views, and we can only, which is great, but we can only have them because our mods are here. They are the ones that allow the chats to exist. So huge, huge thanks to the moderators. Think of all the stuff they have to read and moderate with you guys in the chat on these streams. Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube, and BZ, thank you. All of our YouTube mods who've been there, RJ and everybody else who's been there over there on YouTube. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body. I hope I'm not, Christina Neal, I hope I'm not missing. Ronald Egnor was there, I know. Thank you so much to all of our mods. On Twitch, all of our mods who've been there. I've had a lot of mods in and out. Thank you so much. Right now, David Greensair and Papa Bear there. All of our other moderators too. Oh, and thanks on Twitch to King Roosterfish for subscribing, and Kirk Pliz. I missed a couple. You know what? It's weird. I think I was doing well with the Twitch thank yous, and I just zoned out, and I missed a couple of them. I'm sorry. Bort Cobain I did not thank for subscribing. Kirk Pliz, or Kirk Please. I did not thank Kirk Please. And thanks to Anonymous Gifter for gifting a sub as well. So sorry for the being slow on that with Twitch. Next time. I'll do it better next time. Okay. Hey, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. So subscribe and follow. And follow. I will post news updates when I'm not on the air, or when I'm on the air. I post them here too. At Lookner. Oh, sorry. At Lookner on X. At Lookner on X. Follow me there for news updates. Post the link in the chat. My X account. And then Agenda Free TV on X. You can follow at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live. And thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. That is so nice of you guys. I really appreciate your support for the channel. You were the ones that let this channel exist with your support, so thank you. You're how I can buy the footage, so thank you for your support of the channel. And I think I thanked everybody. And if you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv. Agendafree.tv. Let's see here. Oh, Akayla Gardner, who is with Bloomberg, she said about an hour ago she reported that Biden arrived in Delaware, was walking slowly, getting off the plane, and told reporters, "I am doing well. He's going to quarantine with COVID." Okay, but keep an eye on the Biden stuff, because again, a report came out today that Chuck Schumer talked to Biden privately and told him not to run. A report came out tonight, that Nancy Pelosi talked to Biden privately and said the numbers show he can't win. So it seems like we might start seeing some more Democrats openly come out and say he shouldn't run. It'll be very interesting in the next few days. Hey, so what else did I say? What was I going to say? I forget. My brain isn't working. What was that? What else was I going to talk about? Oh, check out our Discord chat. So we have the free notifications link. You sign up for our free notifications so you get notified when we're going live. But at the same link, you can also check out our Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. A lot of our viewers like doing the Discord chat. So check that out. Thanks to our Discord mods, by the way. If anyone's interested in being a volunteer moderator, that would be awesome. You can ask our mods for more information about that. Also, a reminder, if you do subscribe on YouTube, if you're a YouTube viewer, and you want to get the YouTube notifications, which is another good way to get notified when we're going live, you got to do this thing to get YouTube notifications. You have to click this bell. You got to click the notifications bell and then choose all notifications. I know it sounds weird, but that's what you got to do. And also a quick reminder, I do have a personal channel, which when we're not so busy with the news, sometimes I do some non-news live streaming. That is called Lookner on YouTube and Looknerd with a D on Twitch. You can check that out if you'd like. All right. Let's see here. Hey, I want to thank our Twitch subscribers. Thanks so much, Twitch subscribers. Like King Roosterfish, Shaggy, Wall Street, Integrity Farmer Bob, Rocky Coast, all of our subscribers over there, Smelly Cat, Sarah, thank you, subscribers, Jack's Animals, Holistic, Texas Snack Pack. Thanks for supporting the channel. Much appreciated. Coog. And any others I might be missing over there. I think Edgewalker is a subscriber too. Yes, Edgewalker is a subscriber. Thank you. And Bort Cobain. All of our other subscribers on Twitch. And our Facebook subscribers like Eve Richards and Diane Allworth, Jane Summers, Robert Real II. Leanne Ticknor, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, all of our subscribers over on Facebook. I see Facebook still hasn't fixed the Facebook stars. Amazing. But hey, thanks to our subscribers over there. You guys are awesome. And all of our YouTube members. Thanks to our YouTube members for your support. People like Amra, Marty Hagwood, Chris N, Megatron, UV Lightning, Crypto King, Turned Off, Evelyn in Maine, PZ Papa Zulu, William Cromer, Lucky Minute, Ty M Daly, thanks for being members, Chris N, did I say Evelyn in Maine, CAC 813, Big Glock, Mr. Look Again. Mr. Look Again thinks Biden was walking extra slowly tonight. I didn't see video of it. I saw a photo. I'll have to try to track down a video and watch it. Rick Speziali, thanks for being a member. Smedley, Surge Deb, NAHW, Lynn Downey, E Oddity, Cherry Cola, Megatron, Crypto King. I think I said Crypto King. Doesn't matter. Say it twice. Blissful Essence, Wes Downer, Alkaline One, El Deuterino, thanks for being members. Mark Platon, Sledgehammer, UK, Donald, Don Lad Mulligan, Jim Lill. Thank you, YouTube members. Uncle Floyd, Desi Dale, Kelly Smith. Thanks, guys. And all of our other viewers like BK, Artist Caverlin, and everybody else watching. Thanks, guys, for watching. New Dragons, one of our subscribers, thanks. Argon John, thanks for watching. All right, guys, it's time. Oh, somebody did a celebration. Hey, Rocky Coast, I'm seeing the on-screen celebration. That's kind of neat on Twitch. Rocky Coast did the on-screen celebration where all the Agenda Free TV logos come up. Oh, that was kind of fun. Nice. Thanks, Rocky Coast. All right, guys. We are wrapping this up. We will have more coverage of the fourth and final night of the convention tomorrow night. 5 or 6 or something like that. I got to figure out exactly when it's starting and when I'm coming on the air, but you know the drill. And if there's big news before then, we'll come on before then. So again, thanks so much for joining us. A huge thanks to all of our moderators for being here. And thanks to everybody for writing in and watching and letting me read your comments on the air. And that's it for now. And we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.